All right, all right, all right. Yet another flight. This time we're going from Newark all the way to Canada. It's just above Maine. I forgot which province of Canada that is. It's just above Maine. Because the Maine, it's in the border, right, of Canada, so it's just above Maine. I'll tell you exactly. It's Newark, from Newark, Liberty International to Loring International. So Loring, it's in Canada. I'm not sure which province that is. Those of you who live in Canada, then you know. I'm not familiar because I don't live in Canada, obviously. So that's where we're flying. But it's cool to pick and choose locations that I never been flown to before. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to that's why I call this flying around the world. I want to pick locations that I haven't flown to. I don't want to just fly to the same locations that I've flown before. I want to explore locations that I haven't been, and there's so many locations. So it's kind of interesting to go to areas that I haven't been, just to see how it looks. You know what I mean? It's kind of interesting. So that's basically what I'm doing. I'm gonna do a little test just to make sure that my audio is working okay. So you might see a little bit of a echo repeating in the background. Just remember, that's just me testing. Just give me 1 second. All right. Hold on a second. I have to wait for the commercial for the advertisement to finish. Fantasy Life. Oh, wonderful. It's a video game. Hold on, let me skip this. Fantasy Life. Can I hear myself? By the way, I'm streaming from my I can hear myself. So if the microphone sounds like I'm, talking on like I don't know, like a walkie-talkie, that's because I am, streaming from my ultra-wide setup. I actually am using my ultra-wide screen with my PlayStation 5, my other PlayStation 5. I know it's kind of stretched, but it's really not that bad, honestly, and I wish you guys could see it, okay? At first it might kind of look kind of strange, but you kind of get used to it. Yes, I know the PlayStation 5 doesn't support 32:9, but this Samsung ultra-wide that I have, it has an amazing synchronizer that synchronizes that 4K resolution with 32:9. Yes, it's still kind of stretched out, but it synchronizes it in a way that it's not like ridiculously stretched. It's kind of contained. And it's hard for me to explain it to you by talking about it. It's something I have to show it to you visually to see it. I'm not really good at talking, explaining, because people have different ideas. When words comes out of your mouth, they interpret things differently versus you showing it visually. I think the best way to show something, to teach something, to explain something, is to show it not just verbally, but visually. And I think this is the best way to educate, to teach somebody something, or to show somebody something. Not just verbally, because verbally people, they go all over the place. Their mind goes in many different directions. But when you are actually showing them and talking, then they get it. Oh, I see what comes out of his mouth, and I see what he's saying. I can see visual illustration. Visually, he's showing me. Verbally, I understand what's coming out of his mouth and what he's interpreting by what he's saying, what's being shown visually. So that's if you want to be articulate. All right. And I wish I could explain to you what I mean by me using my PlayStation 5 on my old. I have a first generation ultra wide monitor. And I think this is the very first monitor that Samsung did that has this synchronization. What I mean by synchronizing, I call it synchronizing. What it does, it contains that 16 by 9 ratio. Instead of making it look way too stretched, it contains it kind of like an IMAX, right? When you're watching IMAX on a television that doesn't support IMAX, it has that certain look and feel to it, right? It's the same thing here. So this monitor that I'm using, and maybe I'll make a video and I'll show you. I think it's better if I just stop talking about it. Maybe it's better if I just make a video and show you exactly what I'm talking about. But anyway, I just want you to know that I'm not in my office. Okay, I'm in my other room, my bedroom, where I have my ultra wide, and that's where I'm on right now. Technically, I could be streaming from my PlayStation Portal if I wanted to, but I don't want to be that kind of lazy to be laying in my bed and talking to you, be disrespectful to you guys. You know what I mean? I don't want to be that kind of a disrespectful, lazy bastard, but I could be laying in my bed and streaming. But no, I'm actually using my ultra wide. Okay. Okay, and I'll make a video. So once I make a video, I think you guys will understand what I mean by synchronizing the 16 by 9 with 32 by 9. Okay. And it's better if I just make a video and show you what I'm talking about. All right, so we're using Vision Jet. Okay, my audio is working. We're only doing member chat today. Why are we doing member chat? Because I don't feel like dealing with clowns. I don't feel like dealing with bots and people wasting my time spamming chat and all this and that. I'm not interested in that. I don't have time for that. Okay. So if they want to do that, they can pay for it. They can pay $2 and do that. But I'm not going to let them do it for free because I just not in the mood to deal with that kind of stupidity. All right. I'm not in the mood for that crap. So I'm only in the mood to have a smooth ride here. Those who are members, they'll be here. They'll talk to me. Those who want to talk to me, they'll pay $2. As simple as that. And if you can't, then you'll just have to leave a comment after the stream. And then whenever I get to your comment, I get to your comment. Okay. So anyway, let's go flying. First thing first, you can check the third person option as well, but you do have to go to the settings on your camera. Okay, let me show you that really quick. You do have to go to your settings. You do have to go to your camera, and through the camera you will see the ability for a third person mode. Okay, I think it should be right down here. I'm pretty sure there is a third person mode selection here, if I'm not mistaken. It was here. Why am I not seeing it here? Hold on a second. That's weird. Is it under graphics? Why would it be under graphics? That's weird that I'm not seeing the. I know it's on the. Well, that is strange. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I know I selected third person option. through camera settings, so I'm not sure why it's not showing up here. That is weird. It's not under graphics. Is it under maybe advanced option? Hold on. Why is it under advanced option? Come on, Asobo. Really? No, no, no. I mean, no, no, no. I have to say something about this. Why? Why? Because, how are people going to know it's an under the advanced? It should be under camera. Why is this under the advanced? It should be under camera option. Because that's essentially what it is. It's the camera perspective. Do you want a first person view or do you want a third person view? So why is this under the advanced options? But anyway, unfortunately, it's under the advanced options, so that's where it's at. All right. Anyway, let's continue. I just don't get that. Now, if you want to switch between a first person and a third person mode, you just click on the touchpad and then you go to the first person mode. I personally like a first person mode, but sometimes I like a third person mode. Third person mode is like a Grand Theft Auto. It feels like you're playing GTA 5, You can walk around, and I do get that GTA 5 feeling. I really do. Walking around, and here, let's take a photo here. Hold on. I like taking photos. Like, I don't know what it is, man. I just love taking photos. What is this? Iberia? This is a Newark airport. Looks pretty good, highly detailed. There's Spirit right there. What is this? Republic Airways. Is that Banana Republic? Is it Banana Republic? Hold on, let me see what this is. Republic Airways. Okay, it's just called Republic. That's weird. I never heard of this. I thought it was the Banana Republic. Banana Republic. So many jokes about... People need to stop joking with... Like, what did Banana Republic do to anybody? People need to stop making these Banana Republic references. It's not funny, man. Leave the Banana Republic alone. Hold on. I wonder who started the whole Banana Republic reference jokes. Anyway. So I like the third person mode. I think it's fun. Walking around like this. It's a lot of fun. Ever since I got the PS5 version, man, I'm super hooked, super addicted to this game. What I really want to do is just fly the places that I never flown before. That's why I'm picking and choosing this one specific flight from Newark to let me see, Loring International, because I've never been to Loring, and it's just above Maine, state of Maine, in the border of Canada, and I don't know what province that is. Okay, so it's in that Loring International, and we're flying all the way from Newark in real time. Look how small my airplane is. My Lexus. We won't need any pushback. We're good to go here. Alright, we already checked everything. Let's take another photo here. Got the flashlight. Open up the door. Come on. There you go. G2 Plus. This is a Vision Jet G2 Plus. Pretty cool, man. Looks amazing. Let's get in. It looks like it's raining. Like I said, one thing I like about this jet, that the field of view, it's amazing, dude. I love this field of view. Look how amazing this is. I wish you guys could see this in a ultra wide. How amazing this looks in ultra wide, and just how amazing this is going to look on PlayStation VR 2. You know, I do need to try this out on my PlayStation Portal. I've been meaning to check it out on a portal. I'll make a video actually. Maybe tomorrow I'll make a video. Maybe I'll make two videos tomorrow. One is the ultra wide screen and how I'm using to synchronize 16 by 9 by 30 by 32 by 9 ratio with my first generation. This is a very first generation 50-inch ultra wide. I make that video, and then second video, if I have a chance to make, it will be me using my handheld PlayStation Portal device, handheld portal device, and to show you how it looks on the PlayStation Portal. Maybe I can use a gyro. See, maybe with a gyro, maybe it'll be a little bit. Maybe it will work better on a portal with the screen using a gyro. I don't know. So I'll check it out. I'll make a video. So if I remember, I have to remember all of this. You know, because lately, man, I've been so busy. I've been dealing with so much crap lately in my life, man, that I just can't, you know, my brain is all over the damn place, man. I don't even know what day it is. So let's go ahead and let's start the engine. Hope you guys can hear me on the microphone. I think you can. All right, so we got everything running. Let's get the lights. All right, let's get the lights on this side as well. I also want to make sure that there's plenty of lights on this side because we will have some passengers here. Alright. I want to make sure everything's prepared, ready to rock and roll. No rush. I don't want to rush through this. You know, when you start rushing through things, that's where you screw up, dude. That's where you make a mistake. Piece of advice is never rush. You know, because then you're doing it half-assed. You know, if you're going to do something, do it right. Don't rush through it, because when you rush through things, then you're half-assing it, and then you're going to forget. You're going to forget something, and you screw something up. So, never half-ass it. If you're going to do it right. Right? Or don't bother doing it at all. There's some more lights over here. This is a full, complete seating on this Vision Jet G2 or G2 Plus. That's just the livery that they're using for the G2 Plus. Not sure what the plus stands for, but that's what it says right here. G2 Plus. So maybe that's the name of this livery. Arrive. What is this? What is the name of this? Arrive. Arrivee, I don't know, G2 Plus. But anyway, that's what it says. G2 Plus, right there. Arrivee. Maybe it's the name of the company. G2 Plus. Maybe it's like a limited special edition or something. I don't know. Alright, so we got all the lights. So our passengers should have a good view from here. They already have a good view here. Take a screenshot. Everything's lit up nicely. Okay. Let's make sure that we turn all the switches, anti-icing, strobe lights, etc. Everything. Oxygen. You hear the oxygen? They need that, of course. Everything. You want to turn on everything, my friend. And let's go check out outside. As you can see, we got all the lights. Let's just double check. Let's just walk around. Hold on, that's not what I wanted. I didn't want that. Let's check everything. Let's walk around. Make sure all the lights are working. Strobe lights. Like I said, don't half-ass it. If you're going to do it right. Okay. Check the wings. Make sure that the flaps are working. What's the point of these flaps? Well, the flaps are used to slow down the speed. You can slow down the speed as you're coming down. Although you do have a speed brake, right? You can use the speed brake, which you normally do to use the speed brake to lower the speed of knots that you're going. But then, of course, you also have to use these wing what you call it, flaps, wing flaps, flaps down, flaps up. So you want to make sure your flaps are down. I mean, every airplane has flaps for that reason. Almost forgot what's it called? Flaps. Right? I mean, I know they're flaps, it's just getting old, man. Like I said, my brain, it's not what it used to be. Those are flaps. Left flap. Right flap. Okay. I hope I don't turn into Bruce Willis. Forget what I just said earlier. I feel bad for Bruce. I really do. He's about 70 years old now. That's how I know I'm very old. When he's 70 years old, like, holy shit. But still, what he's going through, it really sucks. But anyway, let's get in. it's not a good time, when you can remember stuff, you can recognize even the people whom you love, right? Who are you? Do I know you? So, yeah. So, okay. So the only thing left for us to do is remove these, obviously, these emergency exit safety pins. Those are safety pins. We remove them. Now that all of the emergency safety pins are removed, the only thing left to do is to load the passengers. Does every plane have these emergency safety pins? Small planes, private jets, they do. You have to remove them. Alright, how do I know this? Well, I do a lot of research. I watch, I learn. I watch other pilots on YouTube. See, if I want to know something, I go and study. Go straight to the source and study. I don't just like, oh, let me guess what it means. No, I'm just gonna go and research. And that's why you use the internet to research. Go straight to the source and find out. What is this? What does it mean? What's the purpose of this? X, Y, and Z. So that's how you learn. You ask questions. Well, you don't even have to ask questions. You just go to Google and search. And even the AI co-pilot on Microsoft Edge will help you out. But you should ask questions, always. But that's what I mean by, like, you shouldn't have to ask yourself a question. What I meant by asking yourself a question, well, what does this mean? What is this for? What is the flaps for? What does the vertical speed means? What do they mean by vertical speed? What's the, VFR? What's the difference between VFR and IFR? What does it stands for, etc., etc.? What are the differences? So instead of asking yourself a question, pull out your laptop or your phone and start searching, asking questions to AI on a Google search, and start researching, and they will tell you exactly what it is. So what I'm simply trying to say to everybody, there is no excuse for nobody out there not to know certain things. Like, if you want to know something, dude, pull out your phone and ask Siri, ask Google, ask Alexa. No, never mind Alexa. Ask, or just search yourself, go into Google and search. So whatever you want to find out, you can find out on the internet, man. There's really, you know what it is? Some people are just lazy, dude. They just don't want to learn. They would just rather that everybody explains to them everything, instead of just searching themselves. Like, all right, well, just go search, look it up. So that's what I do. I don't just talk out of my ass. I actually do some research. I'm not pretending that I'm a pilot, because I'm not a pilot, but I can research. I can find out the same research that they were being taught in the academy, in the flight school academy, etc., etc. I can research all of these things. I can watch the YouTubes of other YouTube real pilots, and they'll explain all of this stuff as well. So with the internet, you can research everything and anything. So you don't really have to be somebody who's out there, well, I don't know what this is. Well, find out, research. But some people, they don't want to do that. All right, so let's go ahead and there's a couple of things I need to do here. One of them is I want to move this over here. Okay. Payload, fuel. Payload and fuel. All right, so I like to have my fuel maximum and my seats. We're gonna fill it up. It's going to be maximum. And now we'll have our co-pilot and we'll have our passengers. Load immediately. And we're good to go. And I also want to go back and just go back to my flight planner. I want to look at the route, see where we are, and runway 22R. I got it. Okay. I'm actually going to just leave the map like that. When I need to look at it, you know. So this is basically where we're going. We're going to Canada. It's just above the Maine. I'm not sure which province this is in Canada, but that's the whole thing. You know, I wanna go where I have not been before. I want to fly to a place where I haven't flown before. Like, that's the whole point. You know, I don't want to fly where I already been before. I want to go to a place where I haven't been before. So, and I don't know what this place is. Never been here. Those of you who live in Canada, maybe you can tell me. Okay. And I'll tell you exactly what it is in a minute. But we're starting from Newark. But I'll tell you what's it called. It's called Loring. It's called Loring International. It's a place called Loring. It's up in Canada. Not sure which province because I'm not familiar with those provinces out there in Canada. All I know is just right above Maine, United States border and Canadian border. And which province that falls into, I don't know. I just know that's just right above Maine. Okay. And the name of the place is called Loring. Why did I pick this? I just randomly picked this place because I never flown in this area past Massachusetts and Maine going into Canada. So I want to fly where I haven't flown before. So each time I do these live streams, it will be a different flight. It will be a different place that I haven't flown before. That's what I want to do. Now, if you guys have some recommendations, like maybe somewhere in Europe or somewhere in Latin America, or whichever part of the world out there that specifically you would like me to fly from to, just let me know. Leave a comment down below and I'll look at those requests and then we can fly those locations. All right, so my co-pilot is here. Her name is no name. She still has no name. Reason being is I just don't like giving names. Just no name, you know. What's her name? No name. It's the coolest name ever. Then we got our passengers here. We got 1, 2, 3. Female, a male, and another male over here. So we got a total of 3 passengers. I don't count co-pilot because co-pilot it's a co-pilot. because it's not a passenger. It's my co-pilot. Co-pilot job is to make sure communicate with ATC, or God forbid, I have some kind of health issues, right? She can take over and continue with the flight. That's the whole point of having a co-pilot. You know what I mean? Hold on a second. All right, let's go get in touch with the ATC. It's already getting dark. Okay. Tune to the Newark ground. 12122. Okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna request taxi to remain. First, I need the clearance, actually. Let me get the clearance. So that's the first thing you gotta do. First, you gotta get the clearance. And once you get the clearance, then you gotta request. So that's how basically it works. First, you get in touch with the tower. You tell them, what the call sign is of your airplane that you're flying. And then you request a clearance on that frequency, and then once you get the clearance, then you request a taxi, and then they tell you where to go, taxi to which runway, etc., etc. And then once you get to the runway, then you need to request a clearance to take off, and they will let you know when you are ready to take off. If they say, okay, you're good to go, you can take off, then you take off. So that's how basically it works. Sometimes it could take a long time depending on how busy. I have spoken to some pilots, and they said that it depends on how busy it is, both private and commercial pilots. It depends on how busy the airport is. If the airport is really busy, it might be sometimes 30 minutes to 40 minutes. It depends. So you could spend a lot of time on a runway, dude, just taxiing out, waiting, and taxiing out. Hold short, continue, hold short, continue, hold short, hold short. It could be like 40 minutes. All right, so we're going to get the clearance. Hold on.
United 2347, continue taxi.
Okay, let me request a taxi clearance.
United 2347, hold position. Caution the departing Boeing 737.
Hold on. Are we 2347? Let me see.
Hold position. United 2347.
Just give me a second. Just want to make sure. Are we 2347? No, we're not. All right, we need to get this clearance, man. I don't know what the deal is.
Newark Airport information desk 2200.
All right, let me request a taxi. All right, here we go.
Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra.
So we are Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra.
To right. Via taxiway Romeo Echo Alpha Sierra Lima Romeo cross runway.
All right.
29 Romeo. Contact tower.
Alpha Sierra X-Ray Romeo.
When ready.
Alpha Sierra X-Ray.
Taxi to approach short runway 22 right via taxiway Romeo Echo Alpha Sierra, Romeo cross runway 29 Romeo Zulu, X-ray Golf Sierra.
X-Ray Golf Sierra. That's right. All right, we're good to go now. All right, so we need to go taxi and hold short runway 22R, and then once we get there, let's see, 22R. Once we get there, via taxiway ASLR cross runway 29 RC contact tower in 134. Let's just keep it there at 34. Let's just keep it there. All right.
Tower, United 1701, ready for
All right, let's go.
runway 22 right. IFR to Boston.
I want to let me look at the map. See, I need to look at the map just to see.
Short runway 22 right. Traffic is going 737 on the runway.
See where we gotta go.
1701
Okay,
right on wait.
I think I got it. So that's where it's at. It's on this side. You got it.
United 1701. Altimeter tree
I got it. I got it.
003. Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right.
All right. Just want to make sure we got everything. Ready?
United 1219
Steady.
contact Philadelphia
Ready,
Departure
steady,
on
go.
119.2. Good day.
Clear for takeoff runway 22 right. United 1701.
United 1219er, please acknowledge.
All right. So we good. So we are Alpha X-Ray Romeo. Yeah. Alpha X-Ray, got it. Golf Sierra. Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra. Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra. That's us. Okay? Got it.
United 1197 ready for departure. Runway 22 right. IFR to Denver.
Alpha Sierra X-Ray
United 1701
Golf Sierra.
contact Philadelphia departure on 119.2. Good day. United 1197, altimeter tree 003. Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right. Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right. United 1197.
we got a long way to go. It's very busy, it's holiday season, especially in Newark. Newark is right next to New York City. So, these are busy airports up in Northeast, A lot of traffic, especially during holiday season. Hold on a second. Alpha Sierra, X-ray Golf Sierra. Okay, all right.
York Tower, United 545 at runway 22 right, ready for departure. IFR to Orlando. United 545, altimeter tree 00 tree. Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right. Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right. United 545.
All right, so we already have one airplane taking off from 22 runway right, which is United. We are Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra. That's United over there taking off. It's important that you learn ATC. It's probably one of the most important things. Besides, obviously, learning how to fly, but communication is the key. That's what I was told by a lot of pilots. I'm sure my friend Dominic, he'll tell you the same thing. Communication is the key. So we have to make a round, take this longer trip, make a round, because there was that United, Airbus that was going IFR to Orlando from Newark on that 22 right runway. So that's why we have to make this approach, and that's why the ATC told us to go around. Okay.
York Tower, Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra, ready for cross traffic and runway 22 right. Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra, line up and wait.
So I have to wait. See? So we gotta wait now. And see, this waiting, you could wait 20 minutes, 30 minutes, sometimes 40 minutes. So it really depends on how busy it is, how busy the traffic is on that. On,
X-ray Golf Sierra, did you hear my last transmission?
yeah, we did. Got it.
York Tower, Lindbergh 4448 at runway 22 right, ready for departure. IFR to Portland.
United 545, contact Philadelphia departure on 119.2. Good day.
Let me just acknowledge this really quick.
Altimeter tree 00 tree. Cleared
Man,
for
it's so
takeoff
busy.
runway 22 right.
Jesus, so busy. All right, let's acknowledge it. Hold a position.
Line up right. X-ray Golf Sierra.
X-ray Golf Sierra.
Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right, Lindbergh
We could be stuck here for... What the hell? What in the world?
Ready for departure. Runway 22 right, IFR to Fort Lauderdale.
What in the world?
Runway 22 right. Traffic is on the runway.
We all have to wait.
Newark Tower, JetBlue 705 ready for IFR departure. Runway 22 right. JetBlue
Oh my
705,
God.
short runway 22 right. Traffic is on the runway.
Yo, the traffic is ridiculous. We'll be here for like forever. I'm telling you right now. We'll be here forever.
Hold short runway 22 right, JetBlue 705.
Jesus.
JetBlue 705 ready for IFR departure. Runway 22 right. JetBlue 705, hold short runway 22 right. Traffic is on the runway.
Sorry, passengers. It's busy. It's a lot of traffic, okay? It's holiday season, all right? What can I tell you? It is what it is. We have to hold short and wait. Good God.
Lindbergh 4448, contact Philadelphia departure on 119.2. Good day.
Dude, do I still have to wait? They didn't call me, did they?
Newark Tower, United 759 ready for
Got it.
IFR departure. Runway 22 right.
Nobody called the X-Ray Sierra Golf, did it?
759er, altimeter tree 003.
Nah, nobody called the X-Ray Sierra Golf. That's us. We're the X-Ray Sierra Golf.
Cleared for takeoff. Runway 22 right. United 759er.
Jesus. You see what I was saying? We could be stuck here for like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Because we're not a priority. Priority is these commercial airliners.
United 661 ready for IFR departure. Runway
You see, that's the United right there, the one that's getting ready to depart.
Hold short runway 22 right.
We're X-Ray Sierra Golf. We're still waiting. We have to wait. That's what they told us. The last transmission was wait. See? Co-pilot, line up and wait.
Newark Tower, United 545 ready for IFR departure. Runway 22 right.
Jesus
United
Christ.
545, altimeter tree 003. Cleared for takeoff runway 22
You
right.
see? Line up and wait. We have to wait.
759er, contact Philadelphia departure.
Oh, God.
119.2. Good day. Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right. United 545.
You gotta be kidding. Let me make some space. Hold on. Let me Let me move out.
United 759er, acknowledge last transmission.
Because I have a feeling we'll be stuck here for a while. Jeez. Just make some space. Jesus, this is the busiest airport I've ever seen. I never thought that Newark is this busy, dude. I thought, JFK, yeah, JFK, of course. JFK International, sure, it's the busiest one, right? But we're not in JFK, we're in Newark, but damn, man. I never imagined that Newark is this busy. I know Newark is close to, you know, New York City, JFK, and LaGuardia, but you would expect like airports like JFK to be this busy. But not Newark. If I was on JFK International, then yeah, sure. Of course. But we're not on JFK International. We're on Newark International. They haven't called for us yet, dude. We are X-ray Sierra Golf. We were not cleared yet. These are all the other airplanes that they were cleared. We were not cleared. We were told to wait, line up and wait. Wow. You gotta be kidding me, man. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. No way, dude. You gotta be kidding me. How long do we have to wait? You know what? I'm gonna go to the runway. I don't care. This is ridiculous. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. All right, let me line up here. Let's see what she says.
Alpha Sierra, X-ray Golf Sierra. Altimeter tree 00 tree left. Closed traffic approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right.
Wow. Wow.
Runway 22 right. X-ray Golf Sierra.
Wow. Finally. How many minutes?
Newark Tower, United 23904 ready for departure. Runway 22 right, IFR dual air.
I don't know how long it's been. It's been a long
United
time.
23904. Altimeter tree
Got it.
00 tree. Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right.
I don't know how long it's been, but it's been a long time. I think it was at least 15 minutes. All right. All right.
Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right, United 23904.
All right. We're clear for takeoff. We can go. My God. And liftoff.
Newark Tower, Delta 257 tree at runway
Gear up.
22 right ready for departure. IFR Detroit Metro.
Flaps up.
Delta 257 tree, hold short runway 22
We're
right.
X-ray
Traffic is on
Sierra. No, Sierra X-ray Golf.
Delta 257 tree line up and wait. Delta 257 tree, altimeter tree 00 tree. Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right. Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right. Delta 257 tree.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are up and flying.
Newark Tower, United 759er, hold short runway 22 right. Traffic is northeast.
That's New York City over there. That other side. You know, Newark is not that far from New York City.
Hold short runway 22 right. United 759er. United 759er, line up and wait.
There it is.
X-ray Golf Sierra.
See it from here. There's something else I forgot to do. That's the altitude. 7,200 feet. Hey, what's up, Jose? How you doing? Yeah. Well, I don't have any issues with a PS5 version. That's the part that really surprised me. Like nothing. It's like having any like problems with the textures, like photogeometry. Photogeometry is running smooth. You know, the textures are not popping in and out. I'm not having any issues like loading the game. I'm not getting kicked out of the game. The characters look like they should look. Everything is smooth. The textures of the building are always load up. They're loaded properly. Nothing. It's like having any sort of hiccups or mishaps. That was not the case with the PC and the Xbox, you know, past 5 years. So it's so refreshing to see that the PlayStation has the best working version, and that's what I mean by, yeah, well optimized, well calibrated, as I like to call it, well calibrated, optimized, same thing. So that's really good to see that PlayStation is getting that kind of a treatment. And to me, that's although more reasons why I want to stick with PlayStation version. But the biggest reason is obviously PlayStation VR 2. And once I put on the PlayStation VR 2 headset, and if I can have this kind of experience where everything is running smooth and I can have a really good, smooth, realistic flight, then, you know, man, you can look at this as like a real flight simulator once you put on that PlayStation VR 2 headset for only $700. If you, let's say you purchase PS5 digital for like $350 used, and then you purchase a PlayStation VR 2 for like another $350. So altogether, let's say you're looking at $700. So for $700, you could have a pretty good, well-optimized, realistic flight simulation experience for $700. While on the PC, you know, just a GPU alone, it's like more than that. And what kind of GPU, right? You're looking to buy. So it's refreshing to see that I can have this experience on a console, on a PlayStation. It's funny because I had a dream actually. It was like a couple of years ago. It was 3 years ago. It's 2023. I had a dream where I was dreaming that this came on PlayStation 5, and it was, I think I told you about this, that everything was running smooth. I was using a PlayStation VR 2, and here we are, 3 years later, it became reality. And also PlayStation VR 2 announcement for the Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 became reality. So that's pretty interesting. You know what I mean? Like here we are. It's not just the graphics. I mean, I am impressed by graphics that PlayStation, that Asobo was able to keep the graphics and the textures, everything running smoothly at 1440p, 30 FPS, without any hiccups, without any issues. The reason I'm impressed because I know what it was like to play this on a PC, how painful it was to finally tweak and optimize this on PC, depending on your PC rig. And then the Xbox Series X, obviously issues and problems. Series S, issues and problems. And it's so refreshing, you know. I would have never believed, unless I had that dream, I would have never believed that we would have the best optimized, best working version on the PlayStation. And it's not just me, Jose. If you watch other people, like if you go watch Sleeping Giant, he's in Amsterdam, another YouTuber, Sleeping Giant, he'll tell you the same thing. If you watch Agent Meowman, YouTuber, he'll tell you the same thing. So it's refreshing to see that, and they all tried PC version and Xbox version, but they're all impressed by how well PlayStation version really is and how well it runs. On top of obviously the icing on the cake, which is PlayStation VR 2, which I believe is going to be the main selling point, will be PlayStation VR 2. It just so happens not only are we getting PlayStation VR 2, but we're also getting the best optimized, well-oiled, calibrated version of the game. So it really makes me happy because I really love flying. You know, as you know, I've been flying on Flight Simulator 5 years. So I'm no stranger to this. You know, people who are watching me on a PlayStation, yeah, this is a surprise. But overall, me flying this game, it's nothing new for me. I've been using this for 5 years since it came out. You know, August of 2020. I clearly remember the very first time. I don't know if you remember, Jose, when it first came out in August on a PC. It was my very first time trying to install Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. Well, I'm talking 2020 version on a PC. It was August of 2020. I think the videos and live streams are still there. It took me 4 days just to install the game. And then after I installed the game, after 4 days, sleepless nights, 4 days, finally, I was able to get like something going. But even after 4 days of installation, there was issues with the internet, with the servers, getting kicked out of the servers, not being able to connect to the servers, photogrammetry is not working, and getting kicked out again. Oh my God. So it's really, after 5 years, it's refreshing. I don't think PlayStation owners appreciate just how good they have it with a Microsoft Flight Simulator. No, I mean, really, I don't think even both PC and Xbox, I don't think they, because they don't know. See, that's why I say, you know, PlayStation owners, they can't appreciate just how good this is because they don't understand the pain and suffering that we had to endure since 2020 with the Asobo's Microsoft Flight Simulator when it first came out, and how long this long process took. How long it took, man. So many years, 5 years now. And here they are, PlayStation owners, they got the best version. And on top of getting the best version, well-optimized version, now they're also getting the icing on the cake, PlayStation VR 2. So I don't think the PlayStation owners appreciate the fact just what a big deal this is, that they have something like this and they have the best working version. Because for those of us who have been on the PC and Xbox past 5 years, we know what kind of, you know, pain and suffering we had to go through. I know. Well, it's funny. I was playing the PC version not too long ago. I had issue, remember, with a Citation CJ4. The gear wouldn't go down. I mean, the gear wouldn't go up. I couldn't get the gear to go up. And remember, I told you, once I get the PlayStation version, you'll see the PlayStation version will have the gear working properly. Now, as far as the those green lines that I was experiencing, that was the aerodynamic flow. That's something you need to turn off on the settings. It's called a flight interface. You go to, basically you go here. You go to flight interface, and on the flight interface, you turn off the aerodynamic visualization, CFD, which is the computational fluid dynamics. It's a computer fluid dynamics airflow that's being, presented to you, so you can see how the airflow behaves on each engine, right? And on your airplane, the aerodynamic flow on the specific plane that you're flying, so you can see how the air affects the aerodynamic flow on that specific plane. And that's what this is, aerodynamic visualization. So it basically it does visualization for you to see how the airflow behaves for each airplane that you are flying, or whatever specific airplane is that you are flying. So this was something that I didn't know about, but it wasn't a glitch. It was just that it was turned on, I guess, by default. So, but other than that, dude, there was no issues. There was nothing. Everything else was just buttery smooth. And it's really a joy to fly. When everything is running smoothly, when you know you don't have to worry about anything. Oh, really? You thought, what is this? They're aliens? Are those aliens coming? Well, the one thing that was interesting to me was the aerodynamic flow was showing only on specific airplanes, like Airbus 320, Airbus 321, and I believe Boeing 737 MAX. But Boeing 747, the airflow aerodynamics visualization didn't show up. On a CJ4, aerodynamic visualization didn't show up, even though it was turned on. So that, I find that interesting. Like, why is it showing only on specific airplanes, the visualization? Why not show it on every airplane, right? Isn't that supposed to be the whole thing? But anyway. Or it could be because I didn't turn that on. Maybe that's why. See? Because obviously I have to turn on the airplane, and the engine has to start rotating, right? The blades have to start rotating. So maybe that's why it didn't show up on Boeing 747. But I could swear I turned that on, didn't I? I turned that on, turned the engine, and I didn't see any airflow. But anyway, that's where it's at. It's on that interface, flight interface, and aerodynamic flow. You just turn it off, and that's it. But other than that, man, this is the best, smoothest. Some people ask me, do I have an issue with a 30 FPS? None. Hey, listen. This is not Call of Duty. This is not Battlefield. I'm not really desperate for 60 FPS. You know what I mean? Because you're not going to be, doing any, Top Gun fights. All right? It's not like you're going to be out there, Maverick style, chasing other enemy airplanes, like 60 FPS for like Ace Combat. Yeah, I have to have a 60 FPS on an Ace Combat, right? But for this, I'm okay with 30 FPS because this is not a jet fighter simulator. So even though they have some jet fighters, just so you can fly them, this is really commercial, private airplanes, helicopters, right? Now, sure, 60 FPS, I always welcome. I always appreciate 60 FPS. But I don't feel like, oh God, it's 60, it's not 60, it's only 30. It's not like, ooh, I can't play it. Like I said, it would be nice if it was there, but it's not like something that is necessary for me personally. I'm fine with just 30 FPS. Even PlayStation VR 2, if it's 30 FPS, I'll be okay with that. It's not going to bother me, honestly. As long as I can have a stable experience and a stable flight, where I know I will not be kicked out of the server, where I know that there won't be any mishaps or glitches, I am okay. I have no issue with the 30 FPS. I'm perfectly fine with that. We'll see what the PS5 Pro can do. I really thought about maybe next year. We'll see. I said maybe next year if I have some money, if I have some money. If I'm not out on the street, If I'm on the street, we can forget about it. I'm on the street, Forget it. Forget about the YouTube. You can forget about me flying. I'll be out on the street holding a cardboard that says, I'll work for food. But if I get some money, by some, God willing miracle, I really thought about getting PS5 Pro just for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, just for PlayStation VR 2, because I think they might be able to utilize through PSSSR, PISR, which is similar to deep learning supersampling, which is the AMD FSR. They might be able to do something to give us, like scaling resolution, variable refresh rate, 120 hertz experience on a PlayStation VR 2, which I think that would make it even more cool. So I might pick up PS5 Pro just for that alone, dude. It's worth, to me, that's worth the price of the admission for me personally. I think so too, Jose. I think they're better off just leaving it with a consistent 30 FPS. Because when you have a consistency with 30 FPS, 1440p, the textures are not popping in and out. Everything is more fluid. The visuals are better. Everything looks more realistic. I think that's the trade-off. The trade-off is that you get more realism versus performance. I would rather trade a realism versus performance, because again, it's not a Call of Duty, it's not a Battlefield, it's not like it's necessary for me to, to have that 60 FPS. So I would rather just let them leave it like this, 30 FPS. Now with the PS5 Pro, if they can manage 60 FPS with 1440p, hey, why not? Absolutely. Absolutely. If they can do that with the PS5 Pro, with the 1440p, absolutely. Bring the 60 FPS. But bring it only if you can have the same consistency like we're seeing right here, right now. If they can keep the same consistency, like we're seeing here with all the graphics quality, then yeah, bring that 60 FPS, absolutely. Same thing with the PlayStation VR 2. I don't want them to sacrifice the visuals, because with the virtual reality, what people need to understand, when it comes to virtual reality, you can't sacrifice the visuals, because the visuals is the whole thing. That's what makes you believe that you're really inside this cockpit and you're really flying. So if they can keep the same visuals consistency on a PlayStation VR 2, that's even better. But I think with the PS5 Pro, Asobo should be able to squeeze a little extra juice with that pisser technology. And that's, again, one of the reasons why I was really thinking about, picking up PS5 Pro next year. But we'll see. We'll see, how it goes. We'll see. Digital Foundry will let us know, pretty sure, once the PSVR 2 version comes out. I'm sure Digital Foundry will do a bunch of tests. They'll let us know. But this is amazing. Oh, by the way, man, happy Merry Christmas, Jose. I know it's kind of late, but better late than never. It's December 28th. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. I can't believe it's already 2026 this Thursday, bro. You believe that? This game is CPU hungry. I wonder if they can enable FSR frame rate. I don't know, man. According to the CEO of Asobo, he was doing an interview prior to the release of PS5 version. He was doing an interview with one of the YouTubers that was interviewing him through Zoom, and he was asked specifically, he says, when he was asked, this CEO of Asobo with a German accent, I keep forgetting his name, he has a German name, he said he's currently beta testing the PlayStation VR 2, and he couldn't say much other than just 2 words. His excitement and smile on his face, he said, I'm testing it right now, and he smiled and he said 2 words, hot shit. Those, I quote what he said, 2 words, hot shit. He said it's a hot shit. So that means that it's really amazing, that it's really good, and they really like what they're able to do. So it's pretty exciting, and he said it'll be a fun year for Mike's Flight Simulator 2024, especially for PlayStation users. So I think it'll be amazing, honestly. And I think once people start trying it out on the PlayStation VR 2, that's it. They'll never put it down. Believe me. I guarantee you. It's so addictive. The first thing that's going to happen is the dopamine effect. Oh my God. This is, the dopamine effect gets the adrenaline rush. You're so excited. You're like, super excited because you get the dopamine effect. You're like, wow, like this is amazing, right? So that's what's going to happen. A lot of people will have that effect, especially if you are a virtual reality virgin. If you are like a VR virgin, they never tried the VR. Oh my God, I can only imagine. I can only imagine the dopamine effect. Thank you, Jose. Appreciate it. We're in a VIP. We're in a VIP, ladies and gentlemen. We're in a VIP. And this guy sitting out in the back, he looks kind of fishy. I don't know. I don't know, man. Looks kind of fishy. But I'm not here to ask questions. My job is not to ask questions. My job is to fly and get paid. That's it. Another Mr. Stroker. I don't know, man. He looks... Yeah, this guy looks... I don't know. There's something getting bad vibes from this guy. Like, this is the kind of guy that would, you know, creep up inside your bed, pull down your pants, and not even have a decency to let you know that it was him. He wouldn't even have a decency to tell you if you felt something hard behind your, you know, butthole. He wouldn't even have the decency to tell you if you felt something hard behind your butthole. That was me. For sure, this is one of those guys. He's one of those guys that really doesn't talk much, doesn't tell you much. He's just one of those guys that do. He doesn't talk. You know, I can respect that. I can relate to that. See, he's not going to let you know if he's going to creep up behind your bed, go inside your bed, pull down your pants, and let you feel something hard behind your booty. No, no, no. He's not going to let you know. But he'll be the one doing it, actually. What's up, Shuki? How you doing, man? But then again, my job is not to ask questions. My job is to deliver the passengers. What they do in their private life, that's none of my business, all right? My job is to get paid, all right? There's 8.4 billion people on this planet. I can't worry about every single individual, all right? I can only worry about me and how much am I going to get paid. Shoot, he came in the wrong time. He always shows up in the right time. Well, actually, it was boring. The past hour was very boring because in the past hour, all we did was wait at the terminal. Wait. I mean, hold short runway at the taxi. Not at the terminal. I mean, on the airport of Newark. We spent majority of the time just, you know, hold short taxi because there were so many other airplanes that needed to go first. So we spent like 15 minutes, 20 to 15 minutes hold short runway. So he didn't miss much. It was just a regular, you know, call the ATC, communicate with the ATC, you know, regular stuff that the aviators, pilots do. I don't know. It would be nice if my chat works. Like my chat didn't work yesterday. My chat was broken yesterday. But that's because I'm not using the OBS. See? Isn't that funny? The chat is working on a PlayStation. This is directly from PlayStation. I'm streaming directly from PlayStation. Isn't that funny that the chat is working from PlayStation on YouTube, but it's not working on the OBS? Isn't that hilarious? That is hilarious. You would think that OBS would have the best, you know, response to the chat. You should be able to get the chat immediately. But it looks like PlayStation's doing a better job. You know what the OBS stands for? OBS stands for Original original. I can't say. I look. I can't use any profanity because I'm on a PlayStation. Sony is watching. But use your imagination. OBS. Use your imagination. All right. Go wild. Go wild. Use your imagination. All right. Anyway, we're flying from Newark, all the way to Canada. This place in Canada is just above Maine. It's in the border of United States and yeah, United States and Canada. It's not Quebec. It's not Quebec. Quebec is a little bit west. This is far east. I can't remember the name of the place. Hold on, I'll tell you right now. Loring International. It's a Loring International. I'm sure it's very cold out there, but I never heard of the place, you know. So I want to do the flights that I haven't been before. I want to take the routes, flying to the places that I haven't flown before. That's what I want to do, you know. I don't want to just fly to the same routes like I used to fly Miami, LA, or LA to Vegas. I want to do flights. It's a huge planet, bro. So many continents, so many places, so many countries, so many provinces, so many counties, so many states, so many republics. You know, there's so much to explore. National parks, etc., etc. So I want to fly in the areas that I haven't flown before. So each live stream that I do, it will be something different. It will be a different place. Or you guys can also leave some suggestions down on the comments. Where would you like me to fly? A specific place or a specific country that I never been. So I find that interesting, you know. That's what I want to do. I want to fly where I haven't flown before. You know. Hold on a second. Let me grab some coffee. I hope I don't crash. Listen, we'll have to pause this because I don't want to crash. Okay? I don't trust autopilot. I don't trust autopilot and I don't want to crash. So please forgive me, okay? Just forgive me. Forgive me for a minute. Hi, it's me. I'm back. Yeah. All right, here we go. John Wick. Yeah. Imagine John Wick flying an airplane. Hi, this is Sierra. X-ray, Golf, Sierra. I'm loaded with the pencils, and I'm delivering the pencils. Do you copy? Yeah. He just reminds me of somebody who would be delivering pencils. That's all I do. I deliver pencils. You know, it's funny. He didn't just use pencils, man. He also used the books. Remember, like he was fighting that 7 foot, was it 7 foot something, Serbian basketball player in the library. Was it John Wick Chapter 3? Remember in the beginning of the movie? You can tell I've seen all the chapters many times, which I have. Which one is my favorite? Well, you'll have to become a member for $2. Then I'll tell you. But, yeah, he did use the books. He used the book, man. It's a big giant book, and the way he killed that tall dude in the library was truly epic. It was brutal, actually. I don't want to spoil it because if you haven't seen the movie, see, I don't, you know, you need to watch the movie. But the way John Wick kills him, it's I can't use profanity. You gotta watch the movie. It is brutal. Like, it's ruthless. But then again, John Wick is ruthless. You know, he's not a nice guy. It's like people need to get this idea. John Wick is not a nice guy. If he shows up at your door, you better run. If John Wick shows up at your door, you better run. But the way he kills him in a movie, it's like brutal. And he does it with this giant book, bro. I don't know what kind of book it was. It was like this large. It was like almost like a Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy kind of a book, you know? Like a Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy Wizards shit book, and it's brutal. So I don't want to spoil the movie because some of you have not seen Chapter 3, some of you have not even seen Chapter 1, so I don't want to, you know, because I don't know who's watching this. Don't want to spoil the movie. But I've seen it all. I've seen all the chapters. Was not a fan of Chapter 4. I was not a fan of Chapter 4 because I did not like the ending. It was like, man, he deserves better than this. Like, you know, I like... Anyway, I don't want to talk about it. I'm trying to forget Chapter 4 ending. I refuse to watch the ending of Chapter 4. As I get closer to the Chapter 4 ending, I just turn off the movie. That's it. Because I don't want to accept that, you know, ending. You know, it's nonsense. It's like James Bond. James Bond is dying. Well, give me a break. These characters cannot die. Like Hollywood, comic books, all the Hollywood and writers, they need to understand you can't kill off these characters. You can't. They're sacred. They cannot be killed. They're forever. Like, stop killing these characters. Like James Bond will die. Bullshit. He does not die. Superman does not die. Batman doesn't die. I don't care that it was in a comic book. I don't care. They don't die. He-Man doesn't die. Skeletor doesn't die. They just resurrect. Terminator doesn't die, obviously. Never will die. Like, you can't kill off these characters, man. That's it. They live forever. That's the way I look at it. Listen, if you want to take a break from the franchise, you don't have to necessarily kill the character. You can make it look like he goes into the sunset and that's it. He shall return whenever he returns. Like, he goes off into the sunset. We don't know where he's going. I don't know, he's sailing somewhere out there into the sunset. That's it. In the Pacific somewhere. Okay, he's sailing. All right, John Wick is sailing. We don't know where he's going. He's going. Maybe he'll find his own island and make his own island or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, John Wick Island. But you know, I don't like this idea of killing off the characters, favorite characters. Like, no, kiss my behind on that. You guys with me? You guys agree? Shuki, Jose, Hollywood needs to stop killing off these characters, man. Stop killing off these characters. These characters cannot die, man. That's simple. That's not what the audience wants. I mean, you can listen, you can torture John Wick. You can torture him in the most brutal way, but he doesn't die. Same thing with a James Bond. You can torture him, but he doesn't die. You can torture RoboCop, but RoboCop doesn't die. Alex Murphy, he doesn't die. You can torture Superman, but he doesn't die. You know, you can't kill off these characters. They're sacred characters. They're amazing characters. They live on forever. That's all I want to say. See, Jose's with me. He understands what I'm talking about. Just make the characters go into a sunset. All right, and when they come back, they come back. And if they never come back, well, guess what? At least they went into the sunset. What a good way, right, to end the franchise, or to end a trilogy or whatever. But when you start killing off the characters, and then you want to resurrect them, then you have to work on some, ridiculous story. Like, see, right now, they got themselves in a predicament, Lionsgate. They didn't realize how successful Chapter 4 was going to be. A 3-hour movie of John Wick, they didn't think that it was going to be this successful. But it turned out to be very successful in 2023. And now, there's a huge demand to make Chapter 5. And now they're like, okay, well, did he really die? Or did he not die? Or did they just make that look like, so that everybody thinks that he died? So he can finally be free, be left alone, so that the higher table thinks that he's really dead, John Wick is gone, but in fact he's not, he's still alive. And then in Chapter 5 they find out that he's still alive, and the higher table doesn't like that because he's a liability. He knows all their secrets, and they don't want a liability like John Wick out there, Jonathan Wick, to be running around knowing what he knows, exposing this underworld assassin, underworld, Illuminati, whatever you want to call it, Illuminati assassin world, underground assassin world, that runs the whole world. Now, they could work with that, you know what I mean? That's a good way to make a comeback to Chapter 5. But then again, why even put yourself in that position? Why did you even have to kill him? You didn't have to kill him. You didn't have to, just... Well, there, I just spoiled it. Yeah, John Wick dies, supposedly, allegedly, in Chapter 4, at the end of Chapter 4. It's been 3 years, all right? If you haven't seen the movie, well, whoopity-doopity-doop, too late. Well, he didn't die, okay? He's not dead. Because he came back in Ballerina. That's right. James Bond didn't die. He came back in these Knives Out movies. Now they got the new Netflix Wake Up Dead Man. He's this Southerner from Louisiana, detective Sherlock Holmes from Louisiana, with a thick Louisiana Southerner accent, played by Daniel Craig. So Daniel Craig, James Bond, didn't die. He just chose another career. So they're all still alive. Again, don't kill off your favorite characters. That's my advice to the writers. Don't do that. Hey, have you guys seen, anybody seen Fire and Ash? The 3 hours and 7 minutes Avatar movie? You know, I can't sit there. Listen, I love James Cameron. I love his movies. I love his work. I have a lot of respect for James Cameron. And I'm sure Avatar, Fire and Ash is spectacular in IMAX 3D. But listen, my bladder is not what it once used to be. My bladder, listen, okay? Because I'll be going to the bathroom constantly, dude. I can just sit there for 3 hours and 7 minutes. No way. Plus, you got the preview. You got to watch those previews, right? The previews of the upcoming trailers and the movies. So you'll be sitting there for like 4 hours, dude. No, thank you. As much as I listen, I'm sure it's a great movie, and I'm sure the best experience is an IMAX 3D. I'll just have to wait. I'll watch it at home. You know, it is what it is. At least I can press pause and go take a piss or go take a shit, you know, and come back. I can't, like, you know, when I was younger I could, but now, man, I'm a middle-aged man. I'm old. I'm a dinosaur. I have all kinds of wrong things with me. My bones are breaking. I got arthritis in my bones. I got high blood pressure. I got broken this, broken that. I got so many broken things, man. It's like, shit, man. I don't even know how the hell am I even walking. I don't know, how am I walking? I tell you, I know. I see you. You walk around like a Christopher Walken. I can't remember the last time I've seen a movie. I think I saw a movie on the television. It was about years ago. I think it was years ago. I don't go to the movie theaters. I just sit home and watch the sky. You know, the problem is I haven't seen much of the clouds. It's just the blue sky. Not even the UFO. It's boring. I guarantee you that's the conversation. That's the kind of boring ass conversation. That's the kind of boring ass conversation you would have with Christopher Walken. So tell me, why do you have that dog with you? What do you need him for? What do you mean, what I have need a dog for? You don't need a dog. Why not just get yourself a girlfriend? What do you need a dog for? Well, it's an emotional dog. Your girlfriend could be an emotional dog too. Yeah, but they're more expensive. Nonsense. Women don't have to be expensive. You just gotta put a leash on them. Kinda like a dog, but the only difference is you got something in return when you're in the bed. What are you gonna do with the dog? Jesus Christ, Christopher Walken, where are we going with this conversation? I'm just saying, what do you need a dog for? Wait, what he's trying to say, Christopher Walken, you don't like dogs? I love dogs. They're fine. I like cats too. It's just a responsibility. You know, they're always barking. Why they're barking so much? I don't know. Does Christopher Walken loves dogs or cats? I don't know. I don't know. Cats are okay. You gotta feed them. You gotta give them the food. Kind of like dogs. They always meow with this, meow with that. They're pissing all over the place. You got the dogs barking, leaving that poop all over the place. They shed so much. The hair, I don't know. I'm not an animal guy. Well, Christopher Walken, I don't even know what do you like, sir? I just sit home, watch the television, switching the channels. I have a rechargeable batteries on my remote control. I can't find the channel that I like. So I'm just surfing 300 channels, nothing to watch on it. It's boring. Kind of like looking at the sky, the blue sky, nothing there, not even the UFO. What's going on with me? Maybe I need to go to jungle, get this ayahuasca. I was told there's this plant in an Amazon, in the Brazil, in the jungle, this ayahuasca, that the shamans, they make you see shit. Well, wait, wasn't he in a movie? Hold on. Wasn't he in a movie with Adam Sandler? Like with something with a remote control, click, like a cable, something. Not a cable guy. That was Jim Carrey. I'm talking about the movie called The Click or something, where he's like the god of the television or something. Yeah, wasn't he? I had a remote. I gave him a remote. I told him there are no good channels here for you to watch. Yeah, it would be interesting to talk to Christopher Walken. But I also heard he doesn't like to be like. There was a guy who does a really good impersonation. He's an actor, and he did a movie with Christopher Walken. I forgot the name of the movie. Like a Suicide Kings or something like that. Suicide Kings, where they kidnap him, they tie him up to the chair, and this one actor, when they were filming the movie, he's a funny guy too. He also does a amazing impression, but like Christopher Walken was really pissed off that he was like impersonating him. Why are you doing that? I told you, I don't like it. Stop it, stop it. Like, you know, like he didn't like. He was like, like he thought, like I said, and this other actor says, "I'm not trying to mock you, Mr. Walken." Well, stop sounding like me. You're mocking me. Why? What did I do to you? You know. So apparently he doesn't like to be make fun of. Apparently. Well, look, I totally get it. It's Christopher Walken. I would not want to listen. He might be old, but he's still Christopher Walken. Don't forget how many villains he played. Some ruthless villains in the past. Do I need to remind you what kind of villains I played? Huh? So, you know, just look at True Romance. That one scene in True Romance. Right? There's many. There's many other roles he played. So even a James Bond villain that he played. You know, so I certainly would not want to piss off Christopher Walken. Remember the movie The King of New York? Right? There you go. If you guys never seen The King of New York, what are you waiting for? No, 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 no. Yes, even Lawrence Fishburne is in it. A younger version of Lawrence Fishburne. Of course, younger version of Christopher Walken. This is back in 1990. Was it 1990, I believe? Great movie. Kings of New York. King of New York, if you've never seen it, oh. I think Jose knows what I'm talking about. If you've never seen The King of New York, watch it tonight. Watch it tonight. I'm telling you, it's one of his best movies. I know people say Deer Hunter and other movies. Yeah, he made a bunch of movies. But sure, True Romance, yeah, of course. But King of New York, it's Christopher Walken. Unfiltered, unplugged. Christopher Walken on steroids. Like, holy shit. Like, you gotta watch it. You gotta watch it. One of his best, I believe, honestly. And I know he made so many movies, okay? But this is definitely one of his best, in my opinion. His best performance. I think. What's that? Oh shit. Who's calling me at this time in the night? Who is this number? Baba. What? Hi. This is Baba Yaga. I heard you don't like dogs. Neither the cats. Should I come visit you, Mr. Walken? Hey! Watch your tongue. You know you're talking. I'm the king of New York. Don't talk to me like that. Anyway, I think you should like dogs because I like dogs. And you should also like cats because I like cats. Hey, whatever your name, Baba, Waga, how about I whack you? What you think about that? You can't whack me because I'll see you before you see me. This is Baba Yaga. I'll be seeing you. Whatever. Yeah, I'll give you my address. Come see me now. Why wait? Huh? It would be so cool, bro. I imagine these scenarios, dude. I have all these ideas. I think I'll be a good writer. I think I'd be good at three things: writing a movie, setting up the scene, choosing good casting for the actors, writing the role for each scene, for each actor, and I'll be a good producer and a good director because I already have it all in my head. I already can visualize how the scene would look, what the actors would have to say, who I would cast to be in the movie. I have all of these ideas, man. Honestly, dude. And I'm telling you, man, I would make something. I think I would probably surprise even myself if the Hollywood would give me the opportunity to make a movie, which would be like never. They would never. How much does he need? You know what? I wouldn't even need like 20 million. I would just need like 500,000. Just give me 500,000. Yes. Give me a 500,000. But shit, you know, you got to get these actors and these movie stars, man. They cost a lot of money. All right, 20 million. You know, give me 20 million Hollywood. You would profit like $500 million from that 20 million. I would make a really good movie. Hey, look, man, it's hard, man. Los Angeles, that's a tough town, bro. Hollywood is tough. You know how many people trying to get the projects? How many people go to LA, go to Hollywood, try to pitch certain scripts, certain projects, certain movies to be made? And, you know, here's the thing about the Hollywood now. They want guaranteed money making. They don't want to gamble. See, that's the difference with Hollywood back then and Hollywood now. Hollywood back then, they were able to roll the dice. They were like, okay, let's roll the dice with this. All right, let's roll the dice with this story. See where it goes. Now they don't want to roll the dice. Hollywood studios do not want to roll the dice. They want a sure thing. They want to make sure if you're going to give you 20 million, we want to make sure we're going to make at least 100 million on top of this 20 million. But they want to guarantee that you will be able to deliver. Now nobody can guarantee that the movie is going to be successful, right? No one can guarantee that. So what I'm just simply trying to say, I think it was easier to pitch a movie idea back then than today. Today it's like, holy shit. Unless it's a superhero movie, you know, like if it's like comic book movie, superhero, then of course, you know, they'll do it. They'll make that movie. But that's why, you know, we don't see that many good movies these days. Honestly. Maybe on a Netflix, you know, there's some good ones. Netflix has been, you know, making some good movies, which is great. Frankenstein, that was great. Frankenstein was great. I'm not going to say much, but that was really, really, really good. But that's because, what's his name? Wilmo del Toro or something. What's his name? The Mexican guy, Wilmo del Toro. The guy who did, oh my God, all those movies. He did Blade 2, and after Blade 2, he did Hellboy, and Hellboy 1, Hellboy 1, Hellboy 2. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Well, actually, let me look it up. Hellboy 1, Hellboy 2. Hellboy 1 came out in 2004. Director is who's the director? Guillermo del Toro. Guillermo del Toro. So Frankenstein, he directed the Frankenstein. Frankenstein was good. He also did a Hellboy 2. He did a Hellboy 1, Hellboy 2. Guillermo del Toro. Guillermo del Toro, cabrón, Guillermo del Toro. Mira, cabrón. Guillermo del Toro. No, he's amazing. He's an amazing director, visually, man. Like, yeah, I definitely recommend the Frankenstein. So I was just letting you know that he did Hellboy 1 and Hellboy 2 and Blade 2, I believe. He did Blade 2, I believe. Yeah, that was him, played too. Well, Guillermo del Toro. So if you guys have Netflix, Frankenstein, highly recommended. Really good, man. It was surprisingly good. Holy shit! It's probably one of the best movies I've seen this year. Believe that? It's one of the best movies I've seen this year. The best movie, and it's on Netflix. I like the Frankenstein, this specific Frankenstein, without giving away anything, without like spoiling anything. I can like I can sympathize, I can connect with a character because I do feel like a Frankenstein myself. I feel broken down, I feel spit on, I feel like I've been cooked, pre-washed, I've been abused, I've been spit on, I've been used, I've been broken down. It's like, and I kind of can relate to that pain, and without me giving away like too much of the movie. I'm sure everybody knows what Frankenstein is all about. But anyway, when you see the movie, you'll understand like what I'm talking about. I just thought he did a fantastic job. Guillermo del Toro did a fantastic job. The practical effects are amazing, dude. Like the way he does the whole practical effects is just amazing. Is the movie scary? At the times, it can be scary, but it's not scary to me. It might be scary to some people. To me, it's more like I can associate with this. I don't even call him a monster. Like I can associate with this pain that this quote unquote Frankenstein monster is carrying. Yeah. It's a really good movie. I think you should watch it, Shuki. I think you might resonate. The movie might resonate with you. There, I just recommended the movie for you guys tonight, Sunday. You're welcome. I just recommended a movie. All right, let's see how far are we. How far are we? We still got a long way to go. You see, this is past Maine. It's like at the I'm not sure what province this is. Like I said, it's in the border of Maine, border of United States of America. And I don't know, like, I don't know specifically. Where this is, which province. Oh. does it get in Maine, in the state of Maine? I heard it gets really, really cold this time of the year, especially going into January. Especially the month of January gets really, really cold up there in the state of Maine. All right, 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 all right. All right, all right. All right, all right. That's a Matthew McConaughey language. All right, all right. All right, all right. Well, we're almost getting closer. We're almost there. See, I like using this Vision Jet G2 because it's a nice scenery. You know, you get to enjoy the scenery even at night. You know, the snowy mountains, reflection of the you know, the lights of the city, reflecting the clouds. I love it. Let's see how much we have left. Well, we still got a long way to go. We're not there yet, but we'll be there soon. Soon. I want to fly lower so I can get a better look at the mountains and forest. I'm pretty sure this area has plenty of Sasquatches running around, especially when there's a lake. Usually near the lake, you'll see a bunch of Sasquatches. Why they're by the lake? Well, they got to take a shower, dude. They got to clean themselves, man. And, you know, just like you have to take a shower, they have to take a shower. They have to drink the water. But usually they drink the water from, you know, what you call it, those spring fresh waters, you know, from the mountain spring fresh water. But they'll certainly take a shower in the lake. You know what? I know when people say, "But what is your proof that they exist?" Listen, man. there's too many sightings. There's too many people giving the same descriptions. All right, they exist. All right. I don't know why people make a big deal. So why did they exist? So do crocodiles. And crocodiles are dangerous for you. So do great white sharks, and they're dangerous for you. Even the orca killer whale are dangerous for you. But they exist. Yeah, orca killer whale will mess you up more than... I mean, listen. Yes, great white shark is... It's the main purpose of great white shark is just to eat and feed. But orca whale, killer whale, orcas, man, with a one hit, man, they'll split you in half. With one hit, they can split you in half. They can tear you apart. So if we can accept the fact that the dinosaurs used to exist, the T-Rex used to exist, we're going to accept the fact that there's gorillas, silverback gorillas, and they can mess you up really, really bad. That there's grizzly bears, giant bears, Kodiak bears, polar bears, giant pack of gray wolves. All right, so, why it's shocking that a Sasquatch exists? So, if they exist, just accept it, that they exist. And learn more about them, study them, learn, educate yourself on them, what they like, what they don't like. And if they migrate on certain territories, stay away from those territories. Go camp somewhere else. It's like, I don't know, man. Like, we all have to coexist. And we do coexist on this planet. So it's like, what's the big deal? Like, I don't understand what's with the secrecy. If they exist, they exist. So what? Same thing with the aliens. So they exist. Okay, why is it not shocking that they exist? It would be shocking if there was nothing out there, which is ridiculous to think that there's nothing out there, that we're the only ones. Like, come on, man, give me a break. So, none of this should be, like, shocking or hard to accept, The fact that we are living on this planet and there's a universe out there, and there's so many unanswered questions, there's so much mystery out there. The fact that we exist, it's a mystery to begin with. This whole reality, the whole thing, it's a one big mystery. So then why is it so shocking for people to believe that there's Sasquatches and that there's other creatures that we haven't discovered? Like, oh, but we need a proof. Yeah, well, maybe there is a proof, but the proof is being suppressed. Suppressed by, the powers to be, because they, for whatever reason, they don't want us to know. Which I think is responsible not to let humanity know what other species exist. I think it's irresponsible not to let people know that there's other, civilizations out there that exist. We have a right to know as a human species on this planet. We need to know what's around us. Doesn't matter if you like it or don't like it. Doesn't matter if like cockroaches. They're ugly. They're ugly creatures. Ugly insects, right? But we know that the cockroaches exist and they get very large. Spiders, there's spiders out there. They're kind of like scary looking, but they exist. So it's like, I just, you catch my drift, guys? Like, what's the big deal? I honestly believe that human civilization, our human society, will accept it. Honestly, I think they would accept it. I don't think there would be a panic, worldwide panic. I don't believe that. I honestly believe that people are ready and they're ready to accept a lot of things. Honestly, I think people are more than ready today to accept the fact that there's other civilizations out there, to accept the fact that there's other creatures out there that we haven't discovered. Like, I don't even know why is this like, what's with the secrecy? Honestly. I just think that people are ready to accept the full disclosure of what's out there. And we should know. We have a right to know. As human beings, we have a right to know. Don't you think? What about the ghosts? All right. Are there interdimensional spirit beings that survive after they leave their body, that they do exist in a different interdimensional density? Okay, well, let's learn about that. Let's educate ourselves about that. See, I don't see an issue or a problem with any of this. Yeah. What makes it an issue is the secrecy behind it. Why so secretive? Like, why this secret? Why not let the humanity know what's out there? Right. God created this, right? All of this universe and everything, all of these things, dimensions, all of it. It doesn't mean that you're going to stop believing in God. It doesn't mean that you're not going to believe in religion. It just means that, hey, there's other things that the God has created. There's other stuff here. And we should know about it. We should be educated about it. That's all I'm saying. But I do understand the whole secrecy, all of this time. Anyway, that's just me. And I really can't wait for that movie Disclosure, to be honest with you. Because the movie is dealing with all this stuff. I think, from what I heard, Spielberg, when he wrote that story, Disclosure, together with this writer that worked on Jurassic Park. I forgot his name, but they worked together in Jurassic Park. When they worked on the story, I think that was really the main focus. Like, why so secret? What's the secrecy? You know what I mean? I think that is the issue. The issue is the secrecy. The issue is not people accepting it. I don't think that's the problem. I think people will accept it. People will adapt. We are very adaptable creatures. We can adapt to a lot of things. Okay? We'll accept whatever the truth is. You know? I think the issue is the secrecy. Why such secrecy? Why such secret about that there's other alien life form out there that exists? There's other species out there that exist. Whether there's other paranormals that exist, and we should know about it. We should educate ourselves about it, so we know how to deal with it, so we know how to approach it if we do encounter something like that, right? It's all educational. I think even when Art Bell, who was the host of one of the most successful coast-to-coast AM radio shows, starts at midnight all the way till 6 in the morning, from midnight till 6 in the morning. And even he says, Art Bell says, yeah, sure, I want the evidence. I don't want to just believe everything someone tells me, sure. But even he said, like, for me to like, just disregard all of this, all of the sightings in the past 50, 60, 70 years, all of these sightings that people have witnessed, all of these experiences that people have had, for me to disregard all of that, that would really make me look, I forgot what the word he used, like he could never accept that. Like he says, I have to accept the fact that there's a lot of stuff in this world, in this reality, that we can't, understand, because the secret has been kept from us. And that's the issue. Even Art Bell said the issue is the secrecy. It's not like me accepting the fact that there's a creature that shapeshifts, that's like a skinwalker or a werewolf that looks like a dog man, or 5 feet or 2 feet, or this giant Sasquatch, right? Or these gray aliens. People will accept that, But, and different interdimensional beings, right? Souls, spirits, ghosts. But if we don't learn about these things, how can we, I think it's worse if we don't learn about them. If it's being kept secret from us, it just makes it worse. I think if we learn about them, then we know what they are, how to deal with them. Like, we accept the fact that there's crocodiles. All right, even though people still swim in that river, but they know there's crocodiles there in Australia. They accept that risk. Even though people know there's giant Kodiak bears in Alaska, they still go camping. But they know how to deal with these Kodiak bears, right? So what's the difference? Like, we have poisonous snakes, we have poisonous spiders, venomous snakes, right? But we deal with it. We coexist with all these other creatures. Same thing with the ocean. People go for a swim, even though they know there's sharks out there. There's a great white shark, right? People still go surfing. So what I'm simply trying to say is, whatever the truth is, whatever it is that's out there, I think people are ready to accept it. The issue is the secrecy behind it that has been suppressed. This constant secrecy, like people cannot know about this. Why? Why? Why are we forbidden to know about it? I think that is the issue. The issue is, why are we forbidden to know about this? I think people are ready for it. But anyway, that's just me. Honestly, that's just my, opinion. My honest opinion about that whole subject. All right, we're almost there. We're almost there. Because I know that people will accept whatever the truth is. They don't have to like it. It's like you don't have to like it. I'm not saying, oh, you have to be excited about it or you have to like it. But people will accept it, whatever the truth is. That's my whole point. But what people don't like is when they're being suppressed and they're being fed lies and they're being lied to. People don't like being lied to. Nobody likes being lied to. You know what I mean? I think that's honestly the issue. And that's why you have so many conspiracies, because people don't like being lied to. People like being transparent. They want you to be transparent. Tell them whatever it is. Doesn't mean that they will like it, what the truth is, but they will accept it for what it is. Yeah. I don't subscribe to this idea. Ooh, if we tell everybody what's really going on, who these aliens are, and all these other creatures that exist, and all these other interdimensional entities, people will be scared, they're going to freak out. I don't think so. I think they'll accept it. I think they already know. I think people already know that there's things out there they can't explain. And what they don't like is the fact that they're being lied to, and they're being fed lies, and they're not being given the information so they can educate themselves on what these things are, and how do we approach these things, and how do we deal with these things, or whatever the creatures are, or different species, aliens from different universes, right, different cosmos, right? These are the things, even Bob Lazar says, these are the things, that's one of the things, like Bob Lazar, when he was having an interview with Joe Rogan, Bob Lazar said, I think people should know what these ancient discs are. He believes that these discs that he was working on are not something that they found like 50 years ago or 60 years ago. It's something that has been buried a long time ago. It's ancient, like thousands of years ago. So, you know, and he feels that we should know what this is, what it is. But I don't think they'll ever tell us. And it's not just here, like in America, that they won't tell us. I think it's everywhere. I think Russia knows, but the Russian won't say nothing. China knows, they won't say nothing. Other countries, they know, they won't say nothing. And of course, we hear, you know, our government here in the United States certainly knows a lot more, but they are not going to say anything. The only question is why. Why they won't tell us what's this like. Maybe there is some kind of a global pact of secrecy. Here's what I honestly believe. I don't think it's just here, like in America, that's being kept secret. I think there is a joint global pact between all of these countries, big superpower like the United States, Russia, China, and other countries around the world, and even India, right, to make sure that this information, that the secrecy stays secret, that this never really goes out there in the public. I truly believe that, honestly, that's really what's going on. Anyway, we need to land. That's just my, my honest opinion about that. But the question still remains, why? Or maybe Dr. Stephen Greer is right. You guys know who Dr. Stephen Greer is. He says it's about control, to keep everything status quo. It's not so much acknowledging that these creatures exist or that these, entities exist. It's about the technology that they possess, and this technology could, benefit the humankind, and therefore they want to keep everything status quo. Remember, it's about the control and power control. You got to have a power and control, right? So if they give out the secrets of what these, you know, civilizations are and what technology they possess and how we can benefit from their technology, how our life can improve, how everything can improve. They don't want that because they want the status quo. You know, just like the big pharmacies. They don't want people to be healthy. They want sick people. Without sick people, they make no money. Do you get it? So it's all about the power and control. That's what it is. That's what this is all. Maybe Dr. Greer is right. I think at the end of the day, that's what this is about. Uh-oh.
X-ray Golf Sierra, contact ground on 122.85.
Not the greatest landing.
X-ray Golf Sierra.
Not the greatest landing ever. Not the greatest landing ever. But hey. Not the greatest landing ever, but what matters is that we landed. I think we have to go there. So I never been here. This is Loring. Loring. What is it? Loring International. What's it called? Loring International. It's in Canada. make a turn over here on this side. Hey, all the passengers, you guys all right? It was a little bit of a rough landing. But hey, we landed. That's all that matters. There's a lot of ice, you know. It's cold. It's cold up in Canada, man. It's very cold and icy. Okay. The bottom line is we made it. There's the gas station right there. The gas station is right there. See it. Guess we can park it here. Right here. How cool is that? Right next to the parking. Parking right here. That's a tower down there. See, I've never been here. taking a little shortcut. It's fine. It's alright. We'll take a little shortcut. They won't mind. But we're taking a little shortcut. Because I've never been here. It's so cool to discover these new places that I've never been. I know. That's what I love about this game, Jose. Not only is it therapeutic, but also relaxing. And you also discover these new places that you've never been. Like I've never been here. Like I've never been to Loring International. It's a interesting place. It's actually a pretty big airport for a place I never heard of, Loring International. How's the passengers doing? Everybody good? It was a good flight, huh? Told you. I call this a Lexus of... Well, let's park it here. I call this a Lexus of airplanes. Let's park it right here. Oh, like right here. Perfect. We made it. I took some nice photos. Hold on. Yes, I did. It is like Grand Theft Auto, like Grand Theft Auto 5. You land, you get out, walk around. All right, well. It's time that we call the ground service. Ground services. We're good. You know, we're done with this flight. The only thing we have to do right now is just make sure the passengers, they leave. So we started at Newark, which is right over here, Newark. And then we flew all the way. Actually, this flight started at 5 o'clock. And here we are, 8 o'clock, so in 3 hours. This flight was 3 hours. And we were exploring the parts of Canada here, which is north of Maine. So we started from Newark and we flew all the way up to this place, and I just randomly chose this place to explore because that's the whole point. I want to explore places I've never been. Like, I don't want to explore to the places that I've been because I've already been there. Like me flying from like Las Vegas to LA, I already done that a million times. From Miami to New York, I already done that a million times. I want to explore flying to places I've never been. Like this place, well, you guys learn about this place too now. Right? There you go. You guys know about this place as well. Not far from where Titanic hit the iceberg. I'm just kidding. Well, Titanic is somewhere around here, right? Hit the iceberg. Right here. Right over here. Right? Here somewhere. Hit the iceberg. See, I want to explore places that I've never been. I'm like a Laura the Explorer. I want to explore. That's the word, explore. Exploration. Use your imagination. So what's the name of this place? Well, the name of this place is Loring. Loring International. It's a very nice place. It's well, as you would expect it, cold, nice and cold, middle of nowhere. Peace and quiet. Very nice. And I'm running very low in fuel, as you can imagine. Yeah, that's okay, Shuki. Better late than never. Yeah, man. Blood pressure. Tell me about it, man. It's one of the reasons why I was playing why I bought Nintendo Switch 2. Because playing Nintendo Switch 2 games is relaxing. Like playing Kirby Air Riders, relaxing. Mario Kart, relaxing. Metroid Prime, it's solving problems, and I enjoy that. To me, that's still relaxing. Just, I need to figure things out. It's fun. But if I'm in the mood, like I only can play Metroid like if I'm in the mood. Like I just woke up and I'm drinking a lot of coffee and my brain is working 100%, then I can focus and I can, alright, let's solve the problem. But most of the time, dude, in my old age, my old ass age, dinosaur age, I want to play something, you know, that's therapeutic and relaxing. Like, people say, how come you don't like, dude, I'm old, like Jesus H. Christ. People act at the time like in my 20s, dude. I'm not in my damn 20s. You can't expect me to like when I was in my 20s, yeah, I like certain things, other things, but dude, I'm old. Like, I don't know, do I have to spell it out to people that I'm old? I'm old. You know? But when exactly am I not supposed to be old? When I'm 90 years old? People are silly. Like, you are at your best when you are in your 20s. Full of testosterone. You got giant balls hanging out, full of testosterone. You got a giant 12-inch dick spinning around like a snake, like a python. Like you're full of testosterone, your hormones are raging, you think you're on top of the world. Yeah, dude, when I was at that age, dude, you should see some of my photos. I made Vin Diesel look like an amateur. Are you kidding me, dude? No, really, I made Vin Diesel look like an amateur. I'll show you some of my old photos, my younger photos. But people gotta understand, I'm old, man. I'm an old man, dude. Okay, I'm old. People need to understand that shit. Exactly. So you've seen me. Okay? I'm not young like I used to be. I'm old. So I get tired of people telling me, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Why don't you climb the Mount Everest? Like, Jesus Christ, man. God, give me some break, man. People expect too much from me. But they're not being realistic. People say, what about Tom Cruise? Oh my God. You can't compare me to Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise, man, it's, he's not even human. Like, he's some other species, like, I don't, how do you describe it? Yeah, he's not a human, okay? Yeah, please, for the love of God. Tom Cruise is not a human. He's, I don't know what he is. Just unknown species, undiscovered species. And that's okay, man. It's okay getting old. Man, I've done a lot of things when I was younger. You know what I mean? But I can accept the fact I'm old. Like, You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like the other day I was helping my brother, do some landscaping, and I was like, Jesus, I was telling my brother, like, man, my back is hurting. Like, we've been doing some landscaping. Because he's got a, big house, a lot of acres, and man, my back was killing me, dude. Using the trimmer, using the lawnmower, and then getting inside the bushes, and I got stung by a bee, man. That's another thing I left out. I got stung by a damn bee. There's a bunch of bees around there. And my back was just, man, my back still hurts, man. Well, I mean, I can still do it. Here's the thing, man. I'm not like sitting here bitching and moaning, like, but yeah, I can still, if I have to, like if my brother needs help, I'll help him out, do whatever needs to be done. I'll go in there and I'll, help him out, do whoever, whoever, friends, right? I can still do it. I I'm not sitting here like bitching and moaning like you can't do this. Yeah, I can. But I don't, I'm not enjoying it. You know what I'm saying? It's not that I can't do heavy lifting, work on the farm, do this, do that, or do the landscaping, or do this or do that, or work in the construction. I can still do it. But I don't enjoy it. Like, I don't have that strength. I mean, not the strength, but like my bones are not what they used to be. Like I said, I mean, my bones are not what they used to be. Yeah, they're still strong, but they're not like strong like they were used like when I was young. You know what I mean? So you can't expect me to have the same stamina, to have the same performance, to be able to do the same, to give you the same results like I did, 25 years ago or 30 years ago. Then people say, yeah, but look at Sylvester Stallone. Come on. First of all, Sylvester Stallone is an actor. He's not a real boxer. Let's just, okay, if we're going to go down this route, when people start telling me about these celebrities, okay, let's cut the bullshit. Let's just look at it for what it is. All right? Yes, he works out, sure, but he's not an athlete. Okay? He's not like a boxer. Yes, you learn how to box here and there, but he's not a professional boxer. He's an actor. He's a movie star. Okay, and he uses different stuff, different supplements. He has coaches. He has people, mentoring him, giving him the proper workouts, proper food, right? Everything's done for him. Okay, those are celebrities, right? They got personal trainers, they got the personal mistresses, they got personal everything. Personal, wipe my ass, clean my dick, whatever. All right? So, like, people need to lay off the sauce of like, hey, look at Tom Cruise, look at this. Like, these are millionaires, billionaires. They got money. They live like kings. You can't compare me to those people, dude. All right? Like, people are so unrealistic when they're like, and this needs to be said. People are so damn out of touch and unrealistic, out of touch with reality when they start making comparisons. Like, why you compare me to a superstar, movie star? Why you compare me to a billionaire? That's like me talking to an alien. All right, two different worlds. It's like I'm speaking from my own perspective. But, I've been through a lot in my life, dude. A lot of scars, a lot of broken bones, a lot of broken this, broken that. Not to mention the 5 years, was 4 years of that brutal war in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Sarajevo, 92 all the way through 95 or 94. Right? And then everything else that I've been through in my life. There's a lot of mileage on me, dude. There's a lot of damn miles on this fucking guy. A lot of damn miles. Alright? A lot of broken parts. Alright? There's so much you guys don't know. And you will never know. Because you don't need to. But what I can tell you is this. I'm an old fucking guy. I got a lot of fucking miles on me. So people need to lay up this fucking sauce. Like, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Why don't you climb the fucking Mount Everest? Like, dude, I'm fucking old. I'm almost middle-aged. You know what I mean? Should be like, people are so unrealistic of their expectations of me. Like, what do you expect me to do? Create miracles? Exactly. The rich eat better. They're pampered. I used to work for rich people. I know how they live, dude. Everything's done, dude. Even the coffee is delivered to them. I'm not kidding. Yes. They're so lazy. They're so pampered. They have Dunkin' Donuts deliver coffee to them. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. They have doctors come to their home. They didn't even go to a fucking doctor. Imagine how fucking pampered, spoiled lazy ass you have to be. You can't even go to a doctor. The doctor comes to them. Unless it's some kind of procedure that they need to do, then they go to a doctor. But they get a limo. The limo comes, picks them up, and takes them to a doctor. So don't compare me to those people, please. You know, so that pisses me off. People start comparing billionaires and celebrities. You know, don't compare them to them. They don't know what it's like to suffer. Everything's tender to them. They're enjoying life, living life. Everything's great. Everything's great. They have no complaints. None. Zero. Okay. Oh God, indeed. I don't know, man. I'm a dinosaur. I don't know how much I can ride this locomotive till the wheels fall off and the train goes off the tracks. I don't know how long I can keep this train rolling. You know what I mean? But anyway, let's turn off the... I don't know, man, I got a lot of problems, man, with my knees and with my bones and arthritis and all kinds of shit, man. It's not like 100% arthritis, but there's, certainly, man, I'm feeling my bones are not, strong enough because of that arthritis, that it's just eating it away and shit, all kinds of problems, blood pressure, and, not to mention, man, the stress, and mentally I'm exhausted as well. It's like shit, man, This is like the only thing that kind of relaxes me, man, is this flying around, hanging out with you guys a little bit. But, man, I gotta be honest, man, it's just like I'm just exhausted, man. I'm like drained out, bro. Both physically and mentally, man, just totally drained out. Like you wake up every morning, you're like, fuck. You go to bed, you're like, fuck. It's only when you dream. I've been having some weird ass dreams, man. But even those weird ass dreams, like it's the only time that I feel like, whoa, wow, this is great. But when I wake up, I'm like, oh fuck, here we go, back to this nightmare, back to this fucking pain and suffering, And it really is like your own prison. Like, like the only time you feel truly free is when you dream. But when you get out of the fucking dream, it's like the Avatar Jake, he hated his life when he was in a wheelchair, and all that shit. He can't walk. He's stuck in his wheelchair. And once he goes into this Navi avatar, and he feels free. He feels great. I think that was the whole point that James Cameron was trying to kind of emphasize on the Jake, and why Jake wanted to become Navi, because he hated his previous life, being handicapped, and his brother passed away, so it was just, he was miserable, and it was miserable every day. So finally he found something worth him moving on, and the thing that he found that was worth moving on was this new lease on life with Navi, with these Navi, civilizations on Pandora. I think that was the point that people were missing with the first Avatar movie. It's about the people, it's about family, it's about the meaning of life, right? All of these things. And I think finally people are starting to connect the dots with this third movie of Avatar, I think. Yeah, isn't it like when you wake up, like you feel like shit, bro? Honestly, isn't that like strange? Like when you dream, like, oh wow, this is great. It feels awesome when you go to sleep, when you dream. And when you wake up, you're like, fuck. Again, blood pressure, stress, bullshit, problems. some more problems, some more stress, some more anxiety. Like, fuck. You know, I'm telling you. Now, I don't think I'm alone in this. I don't think it's just you and me, Tricky. A lot of people, they don't want to say it. They're not as open as me and you. They're not as transparent as me and you. And that's fine. People want to be, you know, they want to, whatever, keep it to themselves. That's fine. It's all good. I get it. I understand. But I know deep down, a lot of people are going through a lot of shit, man. I can tell just by that video that I made, like something is not right, something is off. A lot of people are pretty much saying the same thing. Yeah, man, something feels off. Like, you know, like you wake up and nothing feels the same. Everything feels kind of off, weird. You know, it's like this weird vibe. It's like weird energy in the air. You know what I mean? Like you just feel it. Like, holy shit, what the fuck is this, man? You know what I mean? What the hell is this? I still don't know what it is. I wish if I knew, I would tell you, but I don't. So that's why I play video games. Not because I'm sort of a geek or some sort of a softy geek. No. I play these video games because they're therapeutic. Same reason I play Nintendo Switch too. It's because these Nintendo games are very therapeutic for me. And the reason I fly Microsoft Flight Simulator is because it's also very therapeutic and relaxing. It's like a therapy. Think of it like my own therapy. You know, to cleanse my mind of all the daily bullshit, nonsense, and crap that you have to endure and deal with on a daily basis. You know? Yeah. Yeah, me too, man. I love like, you know, whether it's American Truck Simulator, whether it's a flight simulator, right? It's the same thing, you know. Even a train simulator. Like last year, I celebrated a New Year's Eve with a train simulator. You know? It's true. I don't know. Do you guys remember? I was driving a train. You remember, I don't know, do you? I was driving a train right into the New Year's Eve. And you can hear the fireworks, you know, and everything. It was fun. It was fun. But I enjoyed it because I love simulators. No, not the one in Japan. No. It was the other one. It was the PlayStation, the Train Sim World 4. I think it was... Yeah, Train Sim World 4 on the PlayStation 5. Cinco means progress. Cinco. Cinco means progress. Cinco. What? Cinco. I'm like a chameleon, man. I just fall into these different voices and characters. People say, who the hell are you? I'm me, dude. Just, you know, I can transform myself into many different shape-shifting voices. You know, it is what it is. You know, it is what it is, and it drives people crazy. Like, how do you do that? I don't know. I just do it. It's like changing a, you know, frequency, like a radio knob. You know, changing a frequency. It is what it is. That's it. But I can't do that. How you can do that? Well, that's why I'm me and you are you. That's the way it is. If people ask stupid questions, bro. People really ask dumbass questions. Because I am me and you are you. That's why. And then they get even more pissed off. You're so rude. No, you were rude for asking me those stupid questions. I was just curious. Well, so am I about a lot of things, but I will never ask a stupid question. Like, why can you play a piano and I can't? Maybe because my sorry ass needs to learn how to play a piano, like do re mi fa so, C minor, D minor. But I never learned that shit, so it's on me. We're different, you know. People ask stupid ass questions. All right, let's turn this off. This guy, you look to me like you're taking a shit over here, bro. This guy is certainly taking a shit. Don't take a shit in my airplane, all right? All right, it's time for passengers to leave. Everybody out. Okay, passengers must leave. This flight is over, all right? Passengers must leave, okay? Only a co-pilot, all right? Everybody else out. Everybody else out, all right? Everybody else out. It's just me and a co-pilot, all right? Good. All right. Did he take a shit? I don't know. Maybe he had a diapers on. I don't know. One of those sophisticated, super rich diapers, you know. Super rich diapers. Anyway, we got a full tank of jet fuel. Where else can we go, huh? Where else can we go that we have not gone before, huh? Where else? Where else can we go? Where else? Where else can we go? You know where I want to go? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right now. There is a place we can go. Right now, I'll tell you. But first we need to end this flight. I know exactly where we can go. I'll tell you right now. I want to go... Edmonton International. I want to go to the Edmonton International, and I want to fly to a place I've never been before, like where Sasquatches live. What the hell is this? What kind of a name of the river is this? I'm not going to even say it. You guys can read it. I'll take a photo of this. This is ridiculous. What kind of name is this? This is in Alberta. But see, that's what I like to discover. I want to discover places I've never been to. You know, I want to go to nowhere land. Well, we don't want to go too far. We want to go somewhere where they have like a decent airport. Like up here. Let's check out this place. Yo. It's not that far, but let's check it out. Let's check it out. I'm sure it's very cold here. Oh, yeah. Edmonton, it's very cold.
Edmonton Tower. Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra.
Of course, there's snow. Listen, if there's no snow in Edmonton, Alberta, which I think it's Alberta, right? If there's no snow in Edmonton, Alberta, this time of the year, this late in December, then we're not in Edmonton, Alberta, okay? All right, well, I need my co-pilot. Hold on. Where's my co-pilot? Oh my God. Also, anti-ice. Got to turn that on. Jesus. Wait a minute. Turn it on. Ice protection. Turn it on. Windshield eye protection. All that good jazz. We need to make sure that our lights are turned on to 100% because I want to see clearly everything. We're just gonna have the co-pilot. Do I want to bring everybody? Maybe we should. Maybe we should bring everyone. Hold on. Yeah. Just to see, you know. What kind of passengers? What kind of passengers we have? All right. Make sure the fuel it's maximum. Get the passengers. Load aircraft. Okay. All right. There she is. Again, the same guy. Oh my God. No, it's a female. But no, there's this same dude right here now. I don't like that he's right behind me, dude. I don't like it. Hold on. Let me turn on the lights. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Yeah, I don't like that he's right behind me. I don't like it. He's a creep. I don't know. She's kind of strange looking. I don't know what the deal is. I always get like these strange ass passengers, dude. Hold on. Couldn't they at least make these passengers more attractive at least? So they don't look like creeps? Come on. Come on. There we go. All right. Let's get the clearance. Let's go ahead and take off. All right. We're cleared for takeoff runway 12. All right. All right, all right, all right, all right. All right, we're good. We're good. Let's go. Man, so much ice. So icy. Whoa. So much ice. Oh my God. Looking good. Edmonton. Nice city.
X-ray Golf Zero, behind airspace, frequency change approved. Wind 631, exit runway release.
Wow. See, this is what I'm talking about. I like flying the places that I have not flown before. And how about the PS5 version? Huh? Not one single issue, not one single problem. I've been using it now for how many days? Right? I've been using it for like a few days, 5 days. And in 5 days I have yet to like experience any hiccups, any issues, any problems, man. It's such a joy. It's such a joy. Even the traffic looks good. Look at that. Such a joy to have a good working version of this game. You know what I mean? PlayStation VR 2 is where I truly believe this is where this game is going to shine. Yo, look at Edmonton. It's a huge city, bro. Look at that. It's a huge city. Wow, look at Edmonton. Beautiful. Beautiful city. Wow. I have a feeling you guys will fall asleep on this flight. I wish I could play some music for you guys, but you know how YouTube is when it comes to music, you know. Doesn't matter. Even if I play a classical, that's it. I will get, you know, copyright strike and all that. I know it really is, dude. Like a giant company like Google cannot pay. Like they're trillionaires, man. They're not billionaires. They're trillionaires. A trillionaires dollar company franchise like Google has a difficult time paying royalties for the music. Here's the thing, man. I don't even care, like, if they demonetize my video. I don't see. It's not about demonetization, Shuki. I don't care if they demonetize. I don't want to make money off of somebody else's music. I get it. That's wrong. I'm simply saying they will not demonetize you. They will block your video. So what's the point? If my video is going to be blocked and nobody can watch it, so what's the point? That's the issue. I know, right? It makes no sense. No, honestly, here's the thing. If they would like, if YouTube would demonetize, that's fine. I don't care. I would like have certain videos and certain live streams, which I would be okay. It's okay. I don't want to make money off of this live stream. I don't want to make money off of this video. I would be like, this is for you guys. This is for my members. This is for the community. I want to do something for the community. Let's play some music, right? Let's have some fun. But the problem is, it's not like that you get demonetized. If it was just demonetization, I couldn't care less. The problem is, it's not just demonetization. It's a couple of things. Copyright infringement, your video gets blocked, and nobody gets to be able to see the video. And that's a problem, because if my videos are blocked, then what's the point? Nobody can see it. Like, yeah, you know what I mean? But even on Twitch, it's not that simple. On Twitch, it's only the certain music that it's authorized. Well, that kind of sucks too. Well, I don't want to just play a certain music that it's all authorized. Maybe I don't like that certain music. Maybe I don't want to play that certain music. So. And forget about DJing. You wanna make DJing videos. That's why you don't see that many DJs, mixing, music on YouTube, because forget it. I tried that. I tried mixing. Remember I think I did like 7 hours of mixing all of the Tiesto music for like 7 hours, but barely anybody can see that video because the video has been blocked in so many countries, and so maybe a handful of people can only see that video. Yeah, I mean, it's not just music, it's everything. It's copy, because it's all about money, man. That's the problem now. Oh, you don't have my permission, everything's money whoring, man. It's a one big giant cesspool of money whoring. Really, man, it's a brothel. It's a one giant brothel of money whoring. It's just money. My God, root of all evil, it really is. It really is a root of all evil. Everything's transactional. You can't even like. You can't even play uh, a sound effect of birds. Well, that bird, it's a recording of this one company that recorded the bird. Yeah, but it's a bird. It doesn't matter, but this company recorded the sound of the bird, and therefore you don't have the right. It's such a pain in the ass, man. I mean, really, it's like making videos on YouTube. It's a you have those what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, what you can use, what you can't use, and you know these rules are so complex and confusing. Like, here's the YouTube rules: roll the dice, good luck. That's their rule. Upload the videos, live stream, but roll the dice, good luck. We can't guarantee you. I remember when the YouTube first started back in 2005. It was different, man. And even when I started experimenting, like in 2009 and 2010, it was different. It was different back then. But now it's like, my God, man. Everybody's on YouTube. Everyone's a movie star. Everyone's a singer. Everyone's a professional psychiatrist. Everybody knows what's right for you. As long as you click on their sponsors, as long as you watch their, you know, advertisement commercials, they'll give you the best advice. Then you see all of these, you know, artificial intelligence AI videos. You can save this amount of money on the car insurance if you live in this state. Did you know that you can save this much money? It's getting so damn annoying, man. Oh my God. And then now the YouTubers are promoting their videos in their channels. That's annoying too as well. Oh my God. Ugh. Another thing I noticed about like a lot of YouTube channels now, everyone's a specialist. You know, everyone has a doctrine. What you call it, doctrine or doctrine? Is it called doctrine? Yeah, doctrine in some kind of special field. You know, oh, I'm a psychiatrist. Oh, I know what's good for you. Oh, I know what's good for your relationship. This, and that. Everyone's a, you know, specialist. Everyone has a doctrine in everything. Everyone's a, you know, everyone's universal. Everyone's everything. But they all need money. Somehow can't handle the money. They're all intelligent. They're all experts on all the fields. Everything. They know everything. Somehow can't handle the money. Isn't that interesting? Oh, God, man. It's really pathetic. I think internet has made people very pathetic. I'll be the first one to say it, man. It really has made people so pathetic. It really just, especially TikTok. But I think we're beyond pathetic. I think we're like in a different, like, we're like in a different universe of new standards of weird that we just have to accept. It's already accepted. Just being weird is cool. If you're not weird, then you're not cool. But if you are weird, you are cool. Welcome. That's where we at, man. It's like I said on that video. It really feels like I'm on a different planet. Honestly, like I know what it was like 30 years ago, 25 years ago. To me, that felt like I was on a different planet. Like I want to go back to that planet, whatever that was back then. This is like some unknown. It just feels like an unknown, like a different dimension. Maybe that's what 2012 is about. Maybe that's what the Mayan calendar meant. It didn't mean the end of the world. It meant the old ways are gone. The new ways of whatever the new ways are coming, they were coming. And everything after 2012 started going in a very odd direction. You can feel it slowly, right? And then 2020 we got the pandemic, right? And all this other crazy shit. I don't want to get into politics and all this other crap, but you know what I mean. It's just craziness after craziness after craziness. So maybe that's what 2012 really meant. It didn't mean like a Planet X or there's, Anunnaki coming and all this other bullshit. Maybe that's what it really, the main calendar really meant. It meant that, okay, the old ways are gone. Whatever this new thing is, it's coming. Like a new density level of something new. And you can feel the transition, right? If you go back 25 years in the past, 30 years back in the past, everything now, it's like, it's odd and bizarre. Like, it's almost like hard to believe that it's the same planet, that it's like the same place. Like, you know that it's the same planet, but there's something off about it. There's something odd about it. Like, it's like a transition has happened. We have evolved into something totally different in the past 25, 30 years. And honestly, that's how it feels. I still have a good memory. I can remember, like, the joy of life back in the mid 90s, late 90s, even in the early 2000s. There was a certain joy that was there, but that joy is gone. It's just like, this is like, we have entered like some weird density level of a new dimension or whatever this is. Whatever we have entered into our solar system, whatever the hell our big blue planet is floating around, whatever dimension we're floating in. Like, and I think that's where we are. I mean, you know things are fucked up when people are hearing voices in their heads. It's not like a one person or two people or three people or four people. There's a lot of people hearing voices in their heads, and they don't even know where the fuck these voices are coming from. Well, what the fuck is that all about? How the fuck do you describe that shit? We don't know. Well, here's the pills. Take these pills, and hopefully the voices will go away. You know, there's a lot of shit going on that people are afraid to talk about. They don't want to talk about. I don't know why. Because they're afraid of, getting ridiculed, look weird. People will judge them as being weird. I don't look at it that way. I look at it as, you're not being weird. I don't look at you weird. I just look at you as you are describing what you're feeling. You are describing what you're experiencing. I don't look at that as weird. If somebody tells me, hey, I'm hearing voices in my head, I don't look at that person and I don't look at them and say, oh, well, you're weird. I'm looking at the person saying, well, it takes a lot of courage to, talk about what you're experiencing. But that's that's what I respect. I respect people who are transparent. I respect people who are not hiding and holding back anything, and they tell you exactly what they're experiencing. You know, like Travis Walton's one good example. A lot of people look at him weird um, when allegedly, well, he said that he was abducted by aliens. This is back in the 70s. He was in Arizona. It was a national forest. His job was to, make sure that all the debris was cleaned out, around the national forest, so that there's no fire or anything like that. That's their job, is to make sure that the trees are trimmed, everything is good, that there's no debris that would, start a fire, anything like that. They were just basically, they're like the maintenance of the forest. That's their job, to keep the forest protected, be the maintenance of the forest, like, think of them like caretakers of the national forest. And they work from 6 in the morning till 6 at night, and it gets dark around that time. And when they were leaving, they saw this light, right? There was this light in the forest, and there was a bunch of other of his colleagues that were in the same truck. And this guy, Travis Walton, actually ran out of the truck, and he went towards this light. And when he got close to the light, he saw this disc-shaped, glowing craft. And that's when he got hit by this lightning. Not like he described it, not like a lightning, but like a beam of light. But it felt like he was struck by lightning. And he went down to the ground. Everybody in the truck got scared and they ran off. And when they came back to look for him, shortly after, he was gone. He was missing. So he was missing for 5 days. And finally, after 5 days, they found him. He was totally naked, or something. Not naked, I'm sorry. He wasn't naked. In the movie, they made him look naked, but in real life, he wasn't naked. He was next to this telephone booth, and on that, next to that telephone booth, that's where they found him. He made a phone call. He said, "I'm back. I don't know what happened." And then he started describing his experience with these beings that they were. But what he later on described, what these beings were trying to do, they were actually trying to save him, because they felt responsible because of the accident that has happened when he approached this disc-shaped craft. They felt responsible, and they couldn't just leave him there, so they wanted to help him. They wanted to revive him. They technically did revive him. They kind of saved his life. It was like a rescue mission. And he described these beings being, gray, big diamond-shaped eyes, and he was freaking out when he woke up. Imagine you waking up, man, and seeing, gray aliens around you, looking at you. You would freak out. He was screaming, he was yelling, he was freaking out. And then, apparently, there was this humanoid, very tall humanoid that looked like a human, walked like a human, had a helmet on, grabbed his hand and took him to a different facility. The way he described this facility was like a dome with a bunch of other parked diamond-shaped UFOs, your typical UFO type, craft. But they were humanoids that looked like us, just much stronger and taller. Blonde hair, blue eyes, very strong. Females as well, like very good-looking females, blonde, very tall. So what he thinks happened to him, because he was freaking out, while the gray aliens, which are different species, they were trying to help him and revive him, they knew that he will not be comfortable around death. Like, okay, so they're like, all right, we cannot really telepathically communicate with this guy because he's freaking out, because we look different and it's freaking him out. So they got these humanoids to keep him, calm. But he doesn't know if these humanoids were robots or if these humanoids were like real humanoids from a different, you know, galaxy. Now, Travis Walton has been tested. He passed all the tests. The people who were there, they're eyewitnesses with him, and they said the same thing, that Travis Walton, we saw the same thing he saw. We saw this glowing light. We saw what happened to him. We saw this disc shape. So they all took the polygraph test back in the 70s, and they all passed. All of them passed the test. So I don't look, my whole point is this: just because you tell me something, I don't look at you weird. You know, if you tell me you hear voices or you have strange thoughts in your head, I don't automatically judge you and say, well, you are weird. Put this guy in a straitjacket. No, I'm like, well, I appreciate you telling me that. It takes a lot of courage to say what you are experiencing, to describe what you're feeling. You know, I appreciate people who describe to me what they're feeling. I appreciate people who tell me exactly what's going on in their head, what they're feeling, because they're being transparent. They're being honest. They're experiencing something, and it's not them. There's something going on they're like, they feel that they're not in control. Something else is putting thoughts into their heads. Something else is putting all these images into their heads, right? And you know, I don't look at people like that weird. And I think it's good if people talk about it. I don't think it's healthy if you don't talk about it. I think it's not healthy if you try to hide it and brush it off. It's nothing. You know, because no, it's not just nothing, it's something. Something's going on. Hearing things, and you don't know why you're hearing it. And you don't know where it's coming from, right? It's something that, you know, should always take it seriously, seek professional help, be honest about it. To me, that's a courage. People who can do that, who have the courage to say, yeah, something's going on with me, I don't know what it is. And I'll let you find out what it is. That's a courage. That's brave. So, and you should never brush it off, you know. Because if you brush it off, then it gets worse. And then you go mentally crazy. And when you go mentally crazy, when you go off the rails, we all seen what happens. We all seen that movie before. Right? We all seen that movie before. So the idea is to tackle it, to address it while it's still fresh. Just like cancer. You want to catch the cancer before it goes into stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. Once it goes to stage 3, stage 4, it's too late. It's over. So you want to catch it early on, right? You should never ignore these symptoms. Don't just brush it off, say, it's nothing. You know, and I've seen a lot of people do that. It's nothing. No, it's something. You know. So, I don't look at people weird when they tell me that stuff. I usually tell them, you know, I'm not a psychiatrist, I'm not professional, but you should certainly, you know, check yourself in, see what they say, get a second opinion, get many different opinions, you know. But that's the good start. The good start is if you're like acknowledging that there's something going on. Like, there's something going on with my brain, it's all over the place, it's shifting in so many different directions. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but it's something's going on. So you should always acknowledge that. You should never try to hide that. And a lot of people do that. They hide that shit. And you're not really doing yourself any favor when you hide that. You know, people want to mask you can't mask the problem. You have to acknowledge that there's a problem. That's the first step. Okay, clearly there's an issue. There's something going on. I need to address this, whatever this is. And I need to figure out what it is. Get as many opinions as I need to see different specialists, whatever, trying to figure out what's going on, what's giving me these thoughts, why am I getting these voices, and why my habits are changing, and why am I doing what I'm doing, why am I doing things I don't want to do, but something's telling me to do those things, etc., whether it's the ADHD or, of course, the worst one is schizophrenia. That's serious. That's really when you really gotta like take that shit seriously. But you don't want to get to that point where it's schizophrenia, right? If you get to that level where it's schizophrenia, then it's a big problem. It's a big issue. So it's the most important thing that I have learned, and I know a lot of psychiatrists. I was privileged to meet, one thing about my life that I'm privileged, that I had a chance to meet all kinds of people, from Freemasons to doctors, psychiatrists, well-educated people. I've been around the world. I had a privilege to have privilege of these individuals that I learned from, and you have to, educate yourself, and don't be like, don't be ashamed of acknowledging that there is something and that I need to, treat, or there's some symptoms that I have that needs to be treated. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the courage. That's the courage. No one's going to look down on you and say, people will look at you and they'll respect you even more because you're brave enough that you're acknowledging the problem and taking care of it, right? That's courage. So my whole point is, I don't look at people weird because they tell me weird shit. I appreciate them because they have the courage to tell me what's going on. Now, I'm not a psychiatrist, I'm not a doctor, I can't give you any legal advice, this and that. That's why they have psychiatrists, they have different types of specialists and whatnot. But the whole point is, you should never ignore these symptoms. That's the whole advice that I can only give. You should never ignore it. You should never hide it. People hide it, and it builds up, and then, we all seen that movie. We all know how that movie ends up. And that's why I'm giving you this advice. See, every advice that I give you guys, even while we live streaming this, it's a good advice. I will never give you a shitty advice. I will never give you advice that's like, that's terrible advice. Never. Every advice I give you, it's for your own benefit. It's for your own benefit. Why? Because I do care. I care about the people. I do. I care about the human beings. I really do. It's just, I wish people would know how much I care. I don't want to see anybody suffer, man, because I know what it's like to suffer. I've been there, man. I've been through wars. I've been through anxiety, stress, depression, you name it. I've been through it all. And I know what it's like to be there. I know what it's like to be in that place. So, that's why I always give people a good advice. Now, I've been privileged enough to have met people in my life that actually gave me this opportunity to learn certain things about how to deal with life challenges, so many things. How to talk to people, how to deal with bullies, how to deal with narcissists. It's all one big psychological game. People forget that. It's all one big psychological game. Yes, you have to be physically fit, you have to be healthy, that's very important. But what people don't understand is the most fragile is your brain. The most fragile is your mind. And you want to make sure you know how to be a manager of your mind. You guys understand what I'm saying? So if you're not a manager of your mind, if you don't have any type of boundaries or security system put in your mind, then you're vulnerable. You are vulnerable And you know, you do not want to be in that kind of a place. You want to be in a place where you are confident, confident enough that you can manage your own mind and you are in charge of your own mind. Okay? Like you are the boss of your own mind. You're like moderating, you're the moderator of your own mind. Because your mind is like a vacuum. It's going to vacuum all kinds of crap, and the kind of crap that goes into your mind will put all kinds of thoughts into your head. So you got to be careful. All right, we need to land. Where's the airport here? No, really, where is the airport? That's the airport? Oh my God. Good Lord. Middle of nowhere. But that was the whole idea. I really wanted to go middle of nowhere. Well, there you go. Mr. 4K. You want middle of nowhere? Well, you got it. That's the airport. That's the... landing strip. Oh my God. Lord have mercy. That is the landing strip. Jesus. That's the landing strip right there. There's so much snow I can't even see. There it is. That's the God. So windy. God. Come on, come on. Wow, we made it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's 2 successful landings. Huh? Huh? Not bad. This is a great live stream. Not only did you get a great life lesson from your truly life coach, John Wick Returns, and Mr. 4K, Mr. Nintendo, but you also get 2 successful landings. 2 successful landings. And I think we'll leave it right here. It's already that time of night. What is it? 9:30. 9:30 at night. Yeah, it's that time of night when I gotta go sleep and dream. But first we need to taxi. So where are we gonna taxi here? Middle of nowhere. We're in the middle of nowhere. Where are we going to taxi? It's the middle of nowhere. This is in Alberta, northern Alberta, dude. North of Edmonton. Middle of nowhere. I guess we'll just have to park it here. No, actually there is a place where you can go. Hold on. There is a place. There is a place. Right here. But it is middle of nowhere. See, this is why I like using this Vision Jet G2. Now, don't get me wrong. I like my CJ4 Citation. So like I said, there's two planes I like to use. CJ4 Citation and Vision Jet 2. G2, I'm sorry. But I would say my favorite, it's still CJ4. Vision Jet CJ4. Because it's a private jet, yeah. You can have more people in there, it's a private jet. But this is like my second favorite. Like these are the two planes I like to fly. And I like to use these planes because I can see like the scenery. I can see and appreciate the scenery. Like when I'm flying, like yesterday, 737, Boeing 737 MAX, I can appreciate the scenery when I'm up 28,000 to 30,000 feet up in the air. But with this, I can easily appreciate the scenery. So CJ4, Citation CJ4, it's my number one. Number two, it's a Vision Jet G2. This one. But CJ4, it's still my number one. There's no question about it. All right, let's bring it closer. That's it. I'm good. We're good here. Okay. We made it. But yeah, CJ4 will always be my favorite. But this will be my second favorite. But CJ4 private jet, for sure, will always be my favorite. All right, passengers, it's time for you to I know. Well, thank you, Shuki, for mentioning that. You know, I don't want to mention it all the time because people criticize me of repeating myself, which they're correct. I do repeat myself. But I repeat myself intentionally because I want to emphasize in case you forgot. You know, that's why I sometimes repeat more than once to emphasize on, hey, this is the point. Like the reason you're watching this video is because of this point. And this is the point I'm trying to emphasize, you know. Yeah, I've been using it now for 5 days and not one single issue, not one single problem. It really shows you just how well optimized, you know, PlayStation 5 version really is. All right, passengers, you need to exit, please. Passengers. Thank you for mentioning that, Shuki. Because it's true. I mean, that's the whole point of this. And it's surprising. You know what's funny? I had a dream. And again, you know, this was like 3 years ago. I had a dream that I was in a PlayStation 5 version. Everything was running smooth. And also I had a dream that I was on a PlayStation VR 2 and I was amazed how beautiful it is. And here we are, 3 years later, we're on a PlayStation 5. It looks amazing, plays amazing. And PlayStation VR 2 is announced, and the PlayStation VR 2 is coming most likely spring, summer next year. So dreams do come true sometimes. Well, let's get the passengers out. All right. Everybody out. Everybody out. Thank you. Oh, it'll be so amazing. Listen, Shuki. The amazing part about the PlayStation VR 2, and I know you already know this, I know Jose knows this, because I already mentioned it on my previous videos. Not only are you going to have a great VR experience, but you'll also have the experience of ability to talk to one another in a party chat while you're flying information together. And you'll be able to land, exit, walk around, look at each other as you're walking around. And then a shared cockpit. Remember, there's also talks about sharing the cockpit. Sharing cockpit basically means that you'll be able to join me, sit right here, and we'll be able to chit-chat, we'll be able to talk. Jose will be sitting in the back, drinking Corona. Corona, yeah, right? And we'll be able to chit-chat, we'll be able to talk, right? And then we'll be able to land, we'll be able to exit, we'll be able to walk around, talk to one another, right? Have a little chit-chat, right? Walk around on a party chat, on the Discord. This is what people don't seem to understand. It's not just flying, it's like this social aspect. That you'll be able to go anywhere in the world, land anywhere in the world, any part of this planet you'll be able to visit, anywhere. And dude, we'll have so much fun. We'll have so much fun. And once you put on that PlayStation VR 2, you'll never like put it down. Honestly, you'll forget about your television. Once you experience, listen, I love my ultra-wide, I love my LG OLED, I love my monitors, I love my projector. But let me tell you something. Once you experience virtual reality, and you're going to experience it on a best possible way. Once you experience PlayStation VR 2 with this game. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. I can't wait. I really, honestly, I can't wait. See, me and Shuki have already experienced Gran Turismo 7. And Shuki, I don't need to tell you how realistic PlayStation VR 2 Gran Turismo 7 is, especially when you are using a Logitech G920 racing wheel. Like I got a G920. I don't need to tell you how awesome that is. You can't help yourself but feel like you're really inside that car. You can almost smell, you know, the seats. You know, like every car has a unique smell. No, really. The only thing that's missing, Shuki, the only thing that's missing, like in Gran Turismo 7, is like smelling the car smell. You know, each car has its own unique smell. Honestly, if they can figure out how to do that, that's it. So you know how good Gran Turismo 7 is on PlayStation VR 2. Now just think about it. How good Gran Turismo 7 is. Just think about how good this is going to be. So now with the PlayStation VR 2, you have the best of both worlds. You have two amazing games. 2026 is probably the best time to purchase PlayStation VR 2. Not only do you get to enjoy Gran Turismo 7, but you also get to enjoy Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. You're getting two amazing VR experiences. And between Gran Turismo 7 and Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, are you kidding me? What more do you need? What more do you need? So, in 2026, there's no question. It's probably the best time to purchase PlayStation VR 2. I would purchase it right now. Find it used, so you can already have it, be ready for whenever they release it, spring, summer, you know, PSVR 2 update. So I'm excited. I really am. Oh yeah, American Truck Simulator on the play. Yo, that would be like a heaven for. Listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I'm glad you mentioned it because American Truck Simulator, it's coming to a PlayStation, and I can't wait. Between Gran Turismo 7, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, and American Truck Simulator, are you kidding me, dude? That's like, I'm in heaven. No, I'm in heaven, for real. Between Gran Turismo 7, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, and American Truck Simulator. Yo. Are you kidding me? That's heaven. For me and Shuki, that's like heaven. That's like, we're in heaven. And then if they introduce a PlayStation VR 2 support, that's it, man. Kingdom of heaven. Kingdom of heaven. I'm telling you. You know? But what would make PlayStation VR 2 the ultimate, the ultimate, the ultimate, the ultimate, the ultimate, the ultimate of the ultimate VR experience? And I know I'm dreaming, and I know this is a fantasy. Okay, just hear me out. I know. People are already shaking their head because I think they probably know what I'm talking about. Imagine if Gran Turismo, not Gran Turismo, Grand Theft Auto 6, Grand Theft Auto 6, yo, oh, 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 shit. Listen, Sony would raise the price on PlayStation VR 2, and I don't blame them. PlayStation VR 2 would be in shortage. It would be on such a high demand. No, no, no. Listen, not kidding. I'm not kidding. You know this is true. PlayStation VR 2 would be in a shortage. It would be such a high demand that they would raise the price to like $800. And on eBay, they would be selling it for like $2,000. That's how crazy the demand, high demand, ridiculous, outrageous demand would be for PlayStation VR 2. So what I'm trying to tell people is save your money for PlayStation VR 2 right now. Because you don't know, dude, what Rockstar will do. I mean, we don't know. People say, well, how would that be possible? Listen, you don't know. You're not a, I'm not a tech guy. I don't know what kind of voodoo magic Rockstar has under their sleeves. I don't know. Maybe they work closely with AMD and Sony and PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 5 Pro. Maybe they can do something with that PSSR technology, with the AI synchronizing, scaling, resolution with frame rates. Maybe they can work some magic with the help of the artificial intelligence to synchronize that VR experience for PlayStation VR 2 and Grand Theft Auto 6. Let me tell you, Grand Theft Auto 6 would be wild. Holy mother of God. It would be wild. Holy shit. Just let your imagination go wild. And now think about it. Grand Theft Auto 6 online in VR. Oh. Jesus Lord Christ. Oh my God. I think VR it's growing bigger and bigger and bigger, man. I've been now in VR for quite a while. I mean, from MetaQuest, like I've been on Meta Horizon, I've been on a big screen, I've been on a VR chat. Dude, I've been using VR, all different types of VR headsets for a long time now. So I'm no stranger to VR, and I can tell you that the VR has really evolved. I think people misunderestimate the VR. VR has really come a long way, dude. And I know I can say this because I have experienced a lot of amazing stuff on a VR. And I can tell you that VR, it's here to stay, and it will only going to evolve. And it already has evolved. Are you kidding me? People are already watching movies on VR headset. And now James Cameron is like intrigued by MetaQuest, and he's working closely with MetaQuest to release, his movie when it finally comes to the home digital, entertainment for us to buy it after it's finished playing in the movie theaters. The 3D IMAX experience, you'll be able to experience that 3D IMAX experience on a MetaQuest on like a 300-inch screen by wearing the VR headset with a spatial 3D audio. So VR, it's expanding, man. And I know because I've been, I'm John Wick Returns. I've been on VR. VR is nothing strange to me. So I'm very familiar with where the VR is going. And I'm telling you, guys, don't underestimate the VR. VR, it's evolving in more ways than you can't even possibly imagine. And what I have experienced so far in VR is pretty amazing. Like just MetaQuest 3 alone, what you can do, like let's just use MetaQuest. Let's not like talk about these super expensive VR headsets that require a super expensive PC. Let's talk about portability. What is MetaQuest? MetaQuest is portable. What does that mean? It means that it doesn't require you to be connected to a PC or a gaming laptop. That's optional if you want to. On that small little device called MetaQuest, MetaQuest 3 or MetaQuest 2, but let's just use MetaQuest 3 because it's more superior. It has its own CPU, its own GPU, its own memory, and the experience that you can have on that VR headset is truly remarkable. The experiences that I had with just the Meta Horizon and VR chat and big screen VR and many other applications is truly remarkable. I watched concerts. I felt like I was there inside a concert. I watched Tiesto. I felt like I was there. You know, I watched Imagine Dragons. I felt like I was right there next to Imagine Dragon band. You know, I watched NBA basketball games. I felt like I was there in the front row seat next to Jack Nicholson watching the Lakers game. Dude, insane. So, people who are not familiar with the VR, of course, you don't know. And I don't blame you because you don't know. How could you possibly know? Because you haven't experienced it. See, that's why I always say, I never talk about something unless I have experienced it. And that's my rule of thumb going into 2026. I will never talk about something that I have not experienced. I will only talk about the products that I have experienced. And that was my whole point about hands-on experience with a product. So people who have not tried the VR, I think MetaQuest is certainly, MetaQuest 3 is honestly the best way to start. Let me tell you, you're not going to regret it. You will not regret it because the value that you will have with that VR experience, you will say it is the best money and penny and dimes and quarters and cents you ever spent on any product, because you're going to have such a great experience, such a great value. So, but I think MetaQuest 3 is probably the best way to start. You should get the one that's $300, which is MetaQuest 3. Shuki, is it called S? MetaQuest 3S, like a slimmer version. They call it S, MetaQuest 3S, slimmer version. Get that slimmer version. Let me tell you, I think they even include a Batman voucher for a Batman game, which I have not yet experienced, but I heard it's really amazing. Created by the Rocksteady. Yeah, I think Rocksteady, they did the Arkham Knight and all that. Arkham Knight games. They worked on that. Batman, Arkham Shadows or something like that. They also have a Deadpool VR game that you can experience based on a Deadpool, Marvel character. On Black Friday, it was down to 200. Yo. MetaQuest 3S. It's the slimmer version of the MetaQuest 3. Yeah, there's some features missing that the MetaQuest 3 has. That's the one that I have. But you have to remember, that's the more expensive version. Now, if the money is not an issue, go with the MetaQuest 3. Because that's the most advanced. Has everything. That's the complete experience, right? So now, if you have the money to get MetaQuest 3, the one that I have, MetaQuest 3, go with that. But MetaQuest 3S, it's still good. but it's either way, MetaQuest 3S or just MetaQuest 3. Both of these will give you a great experience, and it's honestly is the best way for you. Yes, more resolution the 3 has, which it's certainly. I gotta be honest, Shuki, you can see it. Like I tested my MetaQuest 2 with MetaQuest 3, and clearly you can see everything sharper, everything's more detailed. Now, there's nothing wrong with nothing wrong with MetaQuest 2. Even MetaQuest 2, there's nothing wrong with it. It's still VR, but you can tell that the resolution is outdated. You can tell that the performance is not there. You can tell that the graphics are not there. Like you cannot render as fast as the MetaQuest 3. So there's certainly there's a trade-off. There's a difference. But I think MetaQuest 3 is your best bet. Because with MetaQuest 3, you're getting your feet wet with the best VR experience on the market. And Facebook is the best VR experience on the market. They have everything, dude. There's so many things. Dude, I use my computer. I connect my gaming laptop. Let me tell you what I do. Maybe I should make a video about this. Let me tell you what I do with my MetaQuest 3. I don't just use it for video games. I don't just use it for, Meta Horizon and VR chat and big screen VR, although all of those experiences are great. I also use it for using my gaming laptop onto my VR headset as a giant monitor. Like I use it as a 120-inch monitor, and then I can put other little monitors around it. So I have one giant main monitor and 4 other monitors on the right and four other monitors on the left. Dude, it's like a NASA Kennedy Space Center. Dude. It's like a NASA Kennedy Space Center, and I can do all of that. I can multitask. I can play video games, watch Netflix, listen to Spotify, listen to podcasts. There's so much I can do. And that's all on that MetaQuest 3. And that's just one of the many things that you can do with the MetaQuest 3. So there's so much you can do with MetaQuest 3. So this is why I always recommend people, MetaQuest 3 is your best VR to start with. I highly recommend it. Highly recommend MetaQuest 3. Oh yeah, a bunch of games, dude. So many applications. Dude, just the VR chat. Do you know what kind of gaming? VR chat is like a Roblox of gaming, dude. There's so many VR experiences. There's so many experiences you can experience, bro. From Top Gun Maverick to driving fast car, drifting, any kind of fantasies you might have, any kind of wild ass crazy fantasies. They even have a nightclubs, dude. You go into a nightclub, they have to check your ID and shit. It's ridiculous. Let your imagination go wild. There's just so much out there on the VR chat. It's ridiculous. You're gonna lose yourself, dude. One night I lost myself in VR chat and Meta Horizon World till 7 in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning. I was like, holy shit, it's 8 o'clock in the morning? From 10 o'clock till 8 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock at night till 8 o'clock in the morning. And it flew by. The experience was so good that it flew by. The time flew by because there's so much to do. There's so much to experience. Dude, there's no limits. Infinite amount of experiences. You know, I'm not gonna spoil it for you. You guys can find out on your own. And that's the value of MetaQuest 3, and this is why a lot of people praise MetaQuest 3, because it's a portable experience. You can take it with you. You don't need, you know, a computer. Computer, it's optional if you want it. If you want to connect it, that's all optional. It's a standalone device, and it's worth every penny. I've been using it since 2023, and you heard me talk about it. You know, I talked about it all the time. You heard me talk about it and how amazing it is. So it's been a while since I used it because, you know, I've been busy. Well, busy, you know, just busy with life and busy with YouTube and many other things in my life, you know. I just really never had a chance to, like, I did go there like a couple of months ago, but there was nothing there. Like, there was my, and I just didn't feel like, you know. People ask me why is that. I think it has to do with it's like a seasonal thing. When it's winter, like right now, when it's snowing, when it's cold, when it's a holiday season, then you'll see more people with the VR headsets because during the Christmas they bought it or they got it for the Christmas, and it's cold outside and they're on their vacation, their winter vacation, holidays vacation. So you'll see more people now on the Meta Horizon. But the VR chat, it's always crazy. VR chat, it's insane. I can't even talk about like the ridiculous amount of experiences. Find out for your own. You know, go in there. The rabbit hole goes infinitely so deep. It's so many wild experiences, bro. It never ends. It's like a rabbit hole that never ends. It's just ridiculous. But it's entertaining. It's fascinating, you know. And sometimes you forget, like, oh shit, I'm actually in my room. I'm not really in this world. But sometimes you get carried away where you really think that you're there. It's like such a weird thing happens to your brain. It's like when you're dreaming. When you're dreaming, you don't know. You think, all right, well, this is really what's going on. But then when you wake up, you realize, oh shit, that was just a dream. So it's kind of the same, like a dopamine effect that you get with the VR when you are actually there in that moment and you have the VR headset on. Yeah, it's like a Matrix. It's like an Avatar, more like an Avatar. Like, I like to use a reference of Avatar. You know, like Jake, when Jake goes into, you know, puts on that, you know, whatever it is that they put on his head, that gear, and then he goes into that tube, and then he goes into the Navi body, the Avatar. So it's kind of like that. And then when he gets out of the Navi's Avatar body, he's like, oh shit, I'm back to my old crippled, no able to walk in this wheelchair, can't even move my legs, can't feel my legs. Like, oh shit, back to this hellhole, right? So it's kind of like that same, you get that, you know what it is? It's the escape. And I get it, why people are so fascinated. I get it, why people are so intrigued. I get it, why people are so addicted to it, because it's a dopamine effect. And it's, you know, relaxing for people. You know, I get it. I get all of that, you know, because I know I've been there. I was living and breathing that world of VR. Are you kidding me? You know, people got to remember, I was the John Wick Returns. That's it. Like, if you're wondering, well, who was that guy? Well, that's me. You're listening to me right now. It was me. That was the guy. Me. Believe me, it was no one else but me. You better believe it. So, but I enjoyed it because it was a great escape to, like, you know, forget about my daily struggles of life and whatever the hell is I'm dealing with, and so I can escape and go into this avatar of John Wick, Keanu, right, and be this person. And I understand why a lot of people want me to come back, and they miss, having that avatar, having that persona. But I gotta be honest, people also gotta understand, I have to be mentally like ready for that, character. I have to be like ready. I have to be like in a mood. I have to be in a like specific kind of a mood to bring that character, because it's a lot of work when you are in that. When I look, it's hard for me to explain unless you're there to see it. But when I'm in that character, it takes a lot of energy out of me, because it's the idea is that I don't break the character. People will try. They're gonna poke me. They're gonna stick me. They're gonna try to make me laugh. They're gonna, my job is not to break the character and stay in the character, and I have to keep that persona, right? And I don't think people realize it's not an easy thing to do, man. And at the same time, I have to entertain people. I have to make them laugh, so I can't laugh. So my job is to make you laugh, but I don't laugh. So, and that's not easy to do, but I had fun. I'm not gonna lie. Like, since 2023, I met so many cool people. My God, so many cool people, and a lot of great experiences. Amazing experiences with that character. And it was still kind of shocking and surprising to me, Shuki, like how that character just became like the icon of Meta Horizon World. Honestly, like it became the icon of Meta Horizon World. Everywhere I go, people say, "Oh my God, John Wick," returns, and it's amazing. Like, I'm still kind of shocked by like the reception that, because what happened originally is I wanted to be. Let me tell you really how this whole thing came about, because a lot of people ask me, how did you come about John Wick Returns? How did you get into this whole thing? How did it start? So let me explain. Okay, in 2023 December, I got a MetaQuest 3. I bought it, and I was like, all right, it's my Christmas gift. Let me try it. Let me see how this is. I was like, all right, let's check it out. Because I felt like I needed to try something new. So I was like, all right, it's a new gadget. It's a MetaQuest 3. Let's check it out. At first, I was calling myself like a Wolverine. I wanted to be a Wolverine. Like in the beginning, I was experimenting with some other characters, but it didn't work out. And then I wanted to be a Wolverine, and even Wolverine was like, it's not really me. I just didn't feel that the Wolverine would really work that well, because he's always grumpy, he's always angry, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, nah, I don't want to do Wolverine. So I was like, nah, I'll delete that avatar. And then I was watching John Wick Chapter 4. And when I finished watching John Wick Chapter 4, I was like, shit, he died. Well, he can die. He must return. And that's where the whole John Wick Returns came about, is because of the movie. The ending of the movie, and I've seen the Chapter 4 I don't know how many times, and I was like, wouldn't it be a great idea, now that the character is dead, well, allegedly dead, he might be back, maybe he's not dead, we don't know, we'll find out in Chapter 5. Wouldn't it be cool if I made a John Wick, but as Returns, so John Wick Returns, right? So that way people don't think, oh, he's dead. He's not really dead. He will return. And let him live on, this meta Horizon World. So that's where this whole, John Wick thing started from. started from that movie, and I was like, well, let me use this platform called Meta Horizon World, and let me create this avatar. It took me a long time to get it right. People ask me about that avatar. Let me tell you, it took me a couple of days. I did so many variations of him, but I always felt it's not quite there yet. You know, the hairline's not there. All the eyes, the eyebrows, the hair. It took a while. But I constantly had to kind of look at the reference of the movie, him as a character, and then trying to kind of look at the character of that Keanu Reeves was playing, and then trying to like bring him into that avatar. And once I finally got him, where I felt like, okay, I got the character, I got the avatar, then the only thing I had to work on was just the voice and his movements, you know. And the voice was something that I had to kind of practice, because I was still with a Heath Ledger Joker voice, you know, so I had to kind of like put Heath Ledger Joker voice impersonation in the back seat, if you will, because I need to focus on Keanu. So I was watching a lot of Keanu stuff, and I was looking at his movements and how he moves his... See, it's not just that I had to learn how to talk like him, Shuki, I also had to learn how he moves. Because the only way that this John Wick Return is going to be convincing to a lot of people who know me, who might be even watching this, I knew that I had to convince them that I'm really John Wick. But the only way I could do that is I had to mimic his moves, the way he talks, the way he raises his voice, lowers the tone, and everything, you know. And then slowly I get into that voice, and, you know, and it is what it is, but and that's how, see how it just goes right into that frequency. But this is not something that I just can, that I like turn the switch on and here we go. It's something that takes a while. Same thing with the Arnold voice, you know. It's you know, if I want to have a clear vision, is the most important thing. It's a frequency. It's not just the voice frequency, it's also the movements. I have to mimic the movements. I have to mimic all of that. It's embodying the character to make it believable. So remember, that's the whole point. If it's not believable, then, well, then you're not gonna buy it. Like, it's not a John Wick. But a lot of people try to copy me, and they couldn't do it. They were just quiet. They didn't even say nothing. And I would usually approach those fake John Wicks. Hey, would you like to see my pencil, huh? And then so it's fun. People ask me if I'm gonna come back. Like I was gonna come back last night, but I was really tired. I really didn't. I know I told Renee I was gonna come back, but I'm sorry, Renee. I just really wasn't mentally there. I was really exhausted, like physically and mentally. That I just see, for me to be in that character, I have to have like energy. I have to be mentally prepared for him. You know, it's not like, you know, something I can just turn the switch on and like, oh, here we go, John Wick, you know, returns. So, for people who know me, who have experienced John Wick Returns, they know what I'm talking about. I know for you, Shuki, and for you, Jose, this is like, you know, you guys don't know because you were not there, so I don't expect you to really know. But for people who do know, they will certainly tell you, well, that was certainly John Wick. It was fun. It was fun. So, am I going to come back? I don't know when. You know, honestly, I just, like I said, when I do, if I do want to come back again, I have to like be like in that energy and mood. I have to be like, everything has to be like, you know, what's the word I'm trying to use? like I know when I'm ready to go there as the character, because I don't want to go there if I'm not like 100%. You know, because that's the whole idea. I want to go there when I know I can deliver the performance. Like I don't want to like go in there and I'm not delivering the performance. Like I'm half-assing it. See, I don't want to do anything like Matthew McConaughey says, all right, all right, all right. Like I don't want to half-ass it. I don't want to half-ass anything. If I'm gonna do it, I gotta do it right, or I'm not gonna do it at all. So but people gotta understand it's not like a switch that I can turn on because I haven't been there in a while. I haven't been with a character for a couple of months. I did go there for a little bit, but I didn't like do any performance. I was just talking to some of my friends, so you know I'm not ready yet to come back. You know what I mean? And but once I'm ready, you will see me, guys. When I'm ready, you will see me. So John Wick returns when he returns. He doesn't really tell you when he returns. He just returns when he returns. And I think that's the best part of it. Unexpected. Oh shit, he returned. you know, that's the beauty of the whole John Wick returns. He returns whenever he returns. There is no set date or time. When he returns, he returns. You will see him. You know. Anyway, let's turn off this airplane. I think it's time. But I appreciate you guys asking me to come back. I know you guys missed the character. I know. But I also need you guys to understand, I can't just turn the switch on and like become the character. I have to be in a right state of mind. I have to be in the mood. I have to have the energy. It takes a lot of energy out of me. Um, so I have to prepare for that character. It's not like a switch I can turn off and on. Same thing with the Heath Ledger Joker. When I was impersonating Heath Ledger Joker. That also takes a lot of energy, man. But Heath Ledger Joker impersonation scares the shit out of me. It really does. It gives me goosebumps, gives me chills. It really does. Like especially when he's like, when doing the whole thing with the mouth and ho ha he ha ha he ha. And I thought my jokes were bad. Right? It's like the whole thing. It just like kind of like gets into that dark theme of you know. You see, I'm not a monster. Like it's not the whole thing. Like the way he does it. It's kind of like it really creeps me out, dude. It really does. I mean, it was phenomenal performance, but it really kind of I can see like how he can take you to the dark place. It really does, man. Like and so that's why I choose not to do too much of Heath Ledger. You know, because it's like it's just the way my father was a drinker and a fiend. One night he comes home. Like it's just like the whole thing, the way he like just there's that highs and lows and so I don't like doing too much of like even though I know me and Heath Ledger share the same birthday and if Heath was alive he would be my age. I know, can you believe that? It's hard to believe, dude. Um, but I prefer doing Keanu John Wick because it's just like it's a character that's such a beloved character. You know, it's such a unique character, and Keanu is such a great person that people really resonate with Keanu because he's such a sweetheart. Ladies they go crazy, man. Women will do anything for Keanu, man. They love Keanu. Like I have with this avatar, I certainly have realized how much women love Keanu. Oh my God, man, Jesus. Seriously, Keanu could have any woman on the planet. There's no question about that. Uh, but he's a very, uh, what's the word I'm trying to use? Down to earth person. Anyway, guys, I have to go. I have to go to sleep. So I appreciate all of you watching. We did a member chat. I wanted to do a member chat because I wanted to, be with my members, and I didn't want to deal with any kind of like spamming and people, you know, spamming my chat with a bunch of stupid nonsense. I just didn't feel like dealing with that. So I just wanted to like be with the members, you know. Even if it's two members, that's all that matters to me. See, it's not about like how many members. I don't care about the quantity. I care about genuine individuals who are like genuine. Like I know Shuki's genuine and I know Jose is genuine because they've always been here. They always participated. So I know that they're genuine. So I look for genuine people. I don't look for quantities or millions of followers. I don't care about that. I care about people who are truly genuine and they're here following me and supporting me because they truly appreciate and like what I do. I'm not interested in clowns and people who are trying to come in and poke me and, you know, try to get something out of me by pissing me off. Or, first of all, nobody can piss me off. Nobody. It's not going to happen. Um, I never get pissed off. I just am agitated and annoyed with stupidity. Like people say, well, isn't that the same thing? No. When you pissed off, then you guys win. Then the trolls win. I'm just agitated. I'm annoyed. Like, okay, these trolls are annoying me. Like, you know, it's like a flies or fleas, like having fleas, and you just want to, you know, brush the fleas off. Like I don't. That doesn't really. I don't. Doesn't get under my skin, but it's just annoying. And this is one of the reasons why I like to do member chat, because member chat, I know who's genuine, who's not genuine. I know who's just, you know, trying to, come in to clown around or bullshit or small talk bullshit or whatever. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in people who are genuine. And even if it's just two members, but that's all that matters to me. It's two individuals that are genuine. That's all that matters. I'm not interested in prima donnas. I'm not interested in, hey, look at me, bragging about me, type individuals, blah, 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 check me out. Not interested in that. That kind of crap either. Not interested in that. People who have too much ego. You're not impressing me, okay? Not impressed. So I have a set of boundaries, set of rules. And I know for some people this might be strange, but these are my rules. These are my boundaries. And if you don't respect that, well, then you don't respect me. Remember, if you don't respect my boundaries, then you don't respect me. It's as simple as that. You know. So anyway, it's time for me to go. And we had a successful flight. Very successful. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Two successful landings. And again, as Shuki and even Jose have mentioned, it's truly remarkable how good this Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 runs on PlayStation 5. Truly, it's remarkable how awesome this game is on the PlayStation 5. It's almost hard to believe, honestly. But it's not actually hard to believe, because I did have a dream that it was going to be like this, that it was going to be great. And here we are. The dream came true. It certainly did. But yes, Shuki, we want legit people. That's what we want. Just don't be phony. Like, it's not that difficult, guys. Because when you're being phony, then you're questioning my intelligence, then you're telling me I'm stupid, then you're telling me I'm an idiot. And I don't like that. Do you like to be called an idiot? No. Do you like to be treated stupid? No. So neither do I. So I would expect that people would not treat me stupid. like try to understand that I'm not an idiot. Yeah, and wasting time. Like try to understand I'm not an idiot. Don't treat me like an idiot, and I will not treat you like an idiot. But if you treat me like an idiot, then I will not talk to you. I will ignore you. And if I'm ignoring you, what does that tell you? And if you can't figure that out, if I'm ignoring you and I'm not talking to you, and if you can't figure out why that is, well then maybe you misunderestimate how intelligent I am. And I'm not stupid, I'm not a fool. I just want people to be honest, be genuine. That's it. You know? Tell me what's on your mind, but be honest. Like you know, don't stroke my leg. Just spit it out, say it, whatever it is. That's all I ask of people. Just transparency, man. Because at my age, man, I just don't have time for like stupid games, like stupid, you know, Mickey Mouse games. You know what I mean? And they are like the stupid Mickey Mouse games. Mickey Mouse, I left my glove over here. No, I left my glove over there. Did you see my Mickey Mouse glove over here? Oh, no, it's over there. But no, my Mickey Mouse glove was right here in front of you. It's like manipulation, like people who manipulate me. And I know I'm using some different references here, Mickey Mouse games. You know what I mean by Mickey Mouse games, meaning playing stupid games, manipulative games. That's what Mickey Mouse games are, manipulative games. Like, don't manipulate me, man. Don't come at me with bullshit. And if you cannot be honest, and if you're going to continue treating me and patronizing me with your stupid Mickey Mouse games, what do you think? Well, I'm going to talk to you? You think I'm going to take you seriously? No, I'm not. I'm just going to look at you and say, wow, just wow, this individual, wow, really? Just wow. You know. I'm not asking anybody for anything. I'm not asking anybody to kiss my ass. I'm not asking anybody for money. I'm not asking you for nothing. All I'm expecting is for you to be honest. If you're going to be here on my channel, if you want to be part of my world here, of my YouTube channel, of this experience called Mr. 4K experience, because that's why you're here. You're here because of me. You're not here because of this game. You can watch millions of other people fly the same airplane that I'm flying. You're here because of me, my personalities. So let's just be honest. But if you want to be part of my experience, you have to respect my boundaries. You have to respect my rules. And if you can't do that, that's it. I mean, you expect me to keep you here on my channel? No, I will not. Sorry doesn't cut it for me. Sorry, it's a cheap-ass word that's being used like a Halloween candy. It doesn't mean anything. The words don't mean nothing to me. Your actions speak louder than your words. Show me some examples. Show me some examples. Yeah, show me some examples. Don't just talk to me, I'm sorry, this, that. Write me all this War and Peace letters, Shakespearean literature. Exactly. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry is such a cheap ass word. No. I would rather people not say anything, but just show me the example. Show me. Don't just say you're sorry. Show me. Show me some examples. And those examples takes a long time. Doesn't happen overnight. But unfortunately, with some individuals, it's always the same song and dance. Because they think that they figured you out. They think they figured you out, but they didn't. And if they don't realize that they haven't figured you out, that shows you how lack of intelligence they have and how stupid they are, unfortunately, that they can't figure out, like, this guy already figured me out and my angle and what I'm doing. And if you don't realize that I have figured you out and your angle and what you're trying to do, well, then you are stupid and you misunderestimated me. And when you misunderestimated me, you made yourself look like a donkey, like stupid. And I don't know why people do that. And how many times have I said Shuki to everybody? Please. How many times I set these rules and said, guys, please, you know. Now, people say, but you can't expect people to be here all the time. Did I ever say that? Here's another thing that bothers me. A lot of people say the same shit. Like, oh, but you can't expect people to be here all the time. Did I ever say I want people to be here 24/7? No. I get it. People have their own lives. I get it. I know they got shit they got to do. I'm not stupid. But if people try to tell me that all of them, within a 1 month of me purchasing Nintendo Switch 2, not one of them came in to say anything, not even say, hey, interesting video, or anything. Give me a break. I don't buy that. I just don't buy that. Because that's bullshit. People can't live one day without looking at the phone. People can't live one day without checking out their application. So give me a break. Okay? I don't want to hear it. All right? I'm not buying that. Now, I can understand if you're busy and something had to deal with for about 7 days or whatever. Okay, I get that. Fine. But a 1 month, after 1 month, nothing. I don't buy that. But then everybody shows up when I expose them. Oh, all of a sudden everybody's there. Oh, hey. Everybody starts coming out of the woodwork. So what does that tell me? Exactly. It tells me everything I need to know. So, fake, phony shit, not interested. Can't really be bothered with that. That's it. You know. Don't be fake. That's it. I'm not asking you to shine my shoes. I'm not asking you to kiss my ass. I'm just asking people, don't be phony. Please don't be fake. Because if you are phony and if you're fake, well then, my rules don't allow that. Those are the rules that I set. That's the whole point of my rules. I want genuine people. That's what genuine means. Genuine meaning not fake, not phony. Genuine meaning you are you. You're not pretending to be something you're not. And you're not patronizing me. You're not kissing my ass because you want to be pretending to like me. It has to be genuine. It has to be organic. It has to be real. And it has to feel real. It cannot be forced. But if you're forcing it and trying to make it like you're really kissing my ass, sorry, dude. It's already fake. Because that's not how it is. You know. It's you can you guys, I know people. And I'm really good at like reading people. I can tell you who's who. I can tell you who's this, who's that, who's who. It's a gift. Really call it a God gift. Like I'm really good at reading people. And it's one of the reasons why some people don't want to be around me because I'm really good at calling them for what they are. And people don't like that shit, because, oh, he exposed me. Yeah, well, I exposed you for what you are. It's too bad. Maybe you shouldn't be what you are. Maybe you should be a better person. Maybe stop being an asshole. Stop being a douchebag. Stop being a prick. So I call it, for what it is. Just like Ray Liotta. When he was alive, he would call you for what you are. He didn't give a shit. I'm the same way. All right. So this doesn't mean I'm an asshole for people who are watching. I'm not telling you this because I'm trying to be some sort of a dictator asshole. There's nothing dictator about me. Simple rules that I have. Okay? And if you don't respect these rules, then you don't respect me. Rules are very simple. Use common sense. Don't be phony. Don't be fake. I mean, this is probably the easiest rule that everyone should be able to pass. Don't be phony, don't be fake. It's not that difficult. But a lot of people fail. I don't know why. I don't know why, Shuki, why a lot of people are failing this test. It should be the easiest test of all time. Just be yourself, man. Be real. Don't try to be something you're not. Don't try to impress me. Don't try to be phony and fake. Don't come with some bullshit ego. Just like, be real. Be yourself, dude. You know? It doesn't mean yes, you can joke with me. We can have jokes. I'm a person that loves jokes. But if everything is about you and you're just talking about you, you're not impressing me. And you're breaking my rules, you know, because I don't allow that. I don't allow prima donnas, pretentious, egomaniacs, you know, selfish, narcissistic egomaniacs. I'm not interested in that. It's against the rules. Being phony and fake, double-faced, triple-faced, phonies, not interested in that either. Okay, so okay, it's I have explained this rule, Shuki, before I go. How many times have I emphasized and how many times have I explained my rules? I lost account how many times. And my rules are so self-explanatory, very crystal clear, very, very crystal clear. And it's beyond me how people constantly always manage to fuck it up. After I spend all my energy and time explaining the rules, the boundaries, they fuck it up. It's beyond me. And the rules are simple. 2 words. What are the 2 magic words? I know you know, Shuki, but I wonder if they know. I bet you they don't know. What are the 2 magic words? What are the 2 magic words? I'll tell you. I'll say it again. Even though I said it I don't know how many times. The 2 most used 2 words that you hear it all so common. You hear those 2 words so common all the time. What are we talking about? 2 words. Common sense. You know, life doesn't have to be this hard if those 2 words were being practiced and used. Common sense. But I don't know what it is. You know, people don't like common sense. Everybody wants to be a clown. I think people just love being clowns. That's what it is. That's what it is, man. Because they want to be in the spotlight. You know, I'm a clown. Look at me. Everybody thinking about me. No, I can guarantee you not everyone is thinking about you. Just like nobody's thinking about me either. And that's fine. Do you want to know why? Because there's 8.4 billion people on this planet, all right? Not everyone's thinking about you. It's not always about you, okay? But people are constantly seeking this attention, you know, of like, look at me, you know. Nobody cares about your achievements. Nobody cares about your diplomas on the wall. Nobody cares. Because people have their own lives to worry about. They have their own problems to deal with. They don't really care. They cannot be bothered with whatever it is you're trying to brag about. But people love to brag. People love to seek the attention so badly. Look at me. Ha ha ha. I'm the best. Ha ha ha. No, nobody cares. Nobody. They won't even remember your name. What? Who? I don't remember. What? Yes, they forget about you so quickly. So quickly. All right? So I could preach about this. Listen, I could do TED Talks, seminars. I could do seminars, TED Talks, preaching about this shit every day. But even if I preach all this shit, even on a TED Talk, and even if I was doing all these seminars, if I went to podcast, Joe Rogan or this or that, people still would do their own thing that they always do. And what's their own thing? Seeking attention, being the clown. I want the attention. Look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. No, 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 look at me. I need to be looked at. Okay? People love seeking attention. And I think social media, TikTok, and all this other crap that we're glued into these cell phones, applications, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X. Social media certainly had made people seek more attention. And people are willing to do anything. And YouTube too, people seeking attention on YouTube as well. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Check me out. Am I not cool, huh? Check me out. And don't even get me started with women these days. And it's like you look at them on Instagram, like, what's with the butts? Look at my butt. How's my butt look? What's with these photos of butts? Like, look, I love asses. I'm nothing against looking at a woman's ass, all right? But seriously, that's it. That's all you have to seek the attention. Look at my butt. Now, what do you think about my butt? How does it look in the mirror? What is this? What's going on? I don't even know. But anyway, that's what the internet has done. And that's why a lot of things feel kind of off these days, because the social media has really changed people. And I think it's too late. I mean, I think the damage has been done. Forget it, social media, technology, internet, even right now, people watching this, YouTube. Social media has changed people forever. Forever. Like, there's no question. Everybody's watching podcast, YouTube, social media. Yeah. What he has to say. No, I have to reply. No. I have to reply. Even though I don't know who that is. It might be a bot. It might not even be a real person, but I still need to reply. No. Honey, you don't understand, honey. I have to reply. No, I can't. We're not going to go to sleep. Not yet. We're not sleeping. Not yet. We'll have to wait, honey. You go take a shower, whatever, come back, but I need to reply. I really need to reply to this individual, to this bot that's not even a real human. You see, this is what's going on with people. They're so obsessed with a comment. Somebody wrote this, somebody wrote that. I don't care. Whatever. That's their problem, not my problem. Let them write. It's no food off my table if they write some stupid shit. But people have this trigger effect that they feel like it's triggering their manhood, it's triggering their ego, their pride, right? Well, that's a sign of weakness. There's nothing to be proud of that. Like, you're not strong, you're not cool, you're not badass. What makes you badass is when you don't respond, when you are cool as ice, and you don't blink twice on any of those comments, and you certainly don't reply. That's what makes you strong. That's what makes you cool. That's what makes you John Wick. Yeah. All right, I said enough. Listen, I can talk to you guys about this all night long. You know it. Shuki, I'm preaching to the choir. Shuki knows all this stuff. I don't need to tell him. He knows. He knows the reality of what's going on today. But yes, the whole point is social media has plenty to do with this. Social media, internet has certainly changed people's behavior. There's no question. So that's the whole point. But it is what it is. It's here. It's here, and it's here to stay. This is the new normal, the new way of life. The clowns, the bots farms, the trolls seeking attention, prima donnas and narcissists and selfish individuals and fakes and phonies, a lot of fakes, phonies, clowns, and circus, and, yeah, all kinds of circus. So this is it. It's the new age of digital world of social media, and this is the way it is. It doesn't bother me. I'm just acknowledging what it is. For those of you who are still living in amnesia and you're like trying to figure out, well, what's going on? Why is everything the way it is? Well, certainly internet, social media has something to do with it. Something to do with it, 100%. And it's here. And it's not going anywhere. It's only going to evolve, get bigger and bigger, and crazier and crazier and weirder, and everything that's crazy and weird to you today will become normal 20 years from now. They already have, they already have robot dogs, puppies. You know, it didn't even shock me. I just want to briefly talk about this. It didn't even shock me. It didn't even like surprise me because I knew this is coming. It says, our daughter is very happy with this robot puppy. It feels so real. Even people outside, they can't believe how real it is. It's the artificial intelligent robot puppy. It's so lovable. My daughter loves it. Yeah, well, that's how it starts. And then it turns into Ex Machina. And then it turns into a Terminator T-800 Skynet. That's how it starts, from a little puppy then into, a giant Terminator. It is what it is. All right? All right, guys, I have to go. I have to go get some sleep. It's been a long live stream. Started 5 o'clock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. Well, it's been a long one. And here we are on the PlayStation. I was streaming this directly from PlayStation 5. Not one single issue. Not one single mishap. Not one single hiccup. No problems, no issues. I'm speechless to be. Well, I shouldn't be speechless because I did say I had a dream. I had a dream that the PlayStation 5 version was going to be the best version. I did have a dream, and the dream came true, and, it is what it is. But wait till PlayStation VR 2. That's going to be the real deal. The real deal is going to be PlayStation VR 2. PlayStation VR 2. Can't wait for PlayStation VR 2. All right, Shuki, Jose, thank you guys. Appreciate you flying with me. I love it. I enjoyed having two genuine members flying with me. It's such a joy. I really love it. I had a great time, man. Thank you to both you, Shuki and Jose. I really had a great time. I love it. I really love it, man. You guys made my night for sure. This is what I'm talking about. Thank you. Appreciate it. Love you. Thank you, Shuki. Thank you, Jose. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Happy holidays. Always a pleasure, brother. Always a pleasure. Happy holidays. Make the best of it. Stay happy. Try to be happy. All right? Because if you're not happy, then I will have to make you laugh. I'll have to bring Christopher Walken. It's too late for Christopher Walken. Maybe tomorrow I'll bring him. Fine. Why not now? No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. Tomorrow, Christopher Walken. Tomorrow. All right. So we'll bring Christopher Walken tomorrow. Okay? I know. I know. I know. I love it, man. I love it. I love making people laugh. Are you kidding me? I love it, man. That's the whole point, you know. But I also love making people laugh who are truly genuine friends and supporters. That to me it's like, wow. If I made you laugh and Jose laugh, hey man, I'm a happy guy. I'm a happy guy. I don't want to make people laugh who are, phonies and fakes, like, yeah, you know, yeah, because I don't feel they deserved to be laugh to make. I don't feel like they deserve me to make them laugh. I feel like they should pay me to make them laugh. But you guys, I don't mind entertaining because you guys, are genuine. So, what I mean? So it's always a pleasure, man. Are you kidding? Love it, love it, love it. You know. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Shuki. Thank you, Jose. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. It's time to dream. The best time is when we dream. And that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to dream. What am I going to dream? Well, I don't know. But I'm going to dream something. Whatever that is, I'm going to dream about it. Once I go to sleep right now, I'm going to dream something. I will dream something. All right. Love you guys. Take care. Happy holidays.